well. Anyway, I remember how convenient that is.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
Joining me, as always, as well, is the likable Kaiser Shonen.
You were rushing so hard to get this shit done that you forgot to pick a different.
No. I was a second like, okay, wait, have I gone through any of these yet? No, I have, and the only one left right now is likable. Like, okay, well, there we go. All right.
All roads lead to victory.
But also joining us today as guest host, been a while since we had him on here, Fatmanfalling.
Hey.
As well as I Know Nothing, who was here last week because we keep kidnapping him for, the unicorn stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry. Twilight will let me out of the ritual circle soon, right?
No.
In fairness, I would, but Twilight's actually the one that has the executive decision on that one.
I'm a talking book, man. I can't exactly move very far. You can just get me out of the circle.
Well, no, we can't, because like if we put you in a regular cell, you could just slip through the bars because you're so thin.
Fuck you. Okay, first off, no. My book is decent, thank you very much. It's decent number of pages. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
So you're saying that you're thick.
Listen, you gotta advertise somehow.
With 3 C's.
Because
Could you imagine, you look at the back cover and it's you look at other books, like New York Times bestseller, and you look at your book and it's like a decent number of pages.
I mean, we all know that they those fucking publishers pay to get on New York Times bestseller.
They literally just buy warehouses full of their own books,
and then they get angry. And then they get angry at independent authors who do that because they go, "Wait, no, we're the only ones allowed to game this system. How dare you?
This is our cheat code."
Yeah, this is our cheat code.
Oh, I thought you were specifically going after that one person that got flagged for that.
No, that's the only reason she got flagged for that is because that they actually, the larger publishers do that, and they got pissy that someone else figured out the trick.
Yeah.
Right.
But yes, hello. Today, you'll notice we are talking about a little show. You probably haven't heard of it. Not exactly blowing up the pages. A show called Arcane. It's this
very obscure,
incredibly obscure. It's based on this really old, completely forgotten video game. It's so funny that it's actually called LOL. So I mean. But yes, we're talking about Arcane Season 2, which it will almost definitely be multiple streams because there's almost certainly a lot to talk about. I think the structure we're going to roughly go for is skimming through each episode and kind of giving our thoughts as we go along. Not really so much as a reaction, because obviously me and Fat Man are still our reactions are still going up. If you access the Patreon for $1 or more, you get access to all of our Arcane reactions live with audio from the show and without any kind of screen distortions or what have you. So you basically get that completely free, or not free, but you get it completely accessible. I'm rambling here. And also the last two will be up on the channel with the limitations that you would normally see on YouTube in the next 3 days. It'll be up on Wednesday and Friday. But yeah, we'll be just going through giving our thoughts. But overall, I think I kind of want to lean off. What is everyone's opinions of Arcane Season 1? Let's start from there.
Alrighty.
And let's try and make a pecking order here. Not pecking order, but just an order to go through here. I keep saying in the dirt. I keep saying the words. I keep saying pecking order, and that's not really what I mean.
the debt.
Stop using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
So, yeah.
The queue.
Yeah,
the lineup.
The queue, yes. Let's be British about it. While it's not going to be very obvious to everyone on stream, I'm looking at how we're arranged in Discord, and we'll just go top to bottom, starting with Fatman.
Oh, okay. Season 1. I actually went through season 1. I just kind of skimmed through it last night to refresh myself on what happened. And God, the first episode's really bad. I don't know if that's a popular opinion, but when I first started it, before me and Raymond reacted to it, I watched the first episode because like the animation looked good. And oh man, that first episode was so bad I just fucking dropped the show and didn't get back into it until Raymond twisted my arm about it. And I'm glad he did because season 1 was really good. I think episode 5 is my favorite of season 1 and my second favorite episode overall. Season 5 has so much stuff going on in it that it's hard
Season
not
5.
to.
Episode
5.
Fatman out here living in like 2035 out here.
2040.
Yeah, he's precogging the future like friggin' LOL property.
Yeah, after the other spin-off series that they're already having development, after all 3 of those flop, and they go back to Arcane because it's the only one with name recognition.
My God, amazing.
Yeah. No. Episode 5 of season 1. That's my favorite episode. It has so much going on. But yeah, season 1 good overall. I think it has a really bad first episode, but I don't know.
All right. I know nothing. You're next on the list then.
I believe, and I too have watched all of season 1 in preparations for this. I personally hold season 1 to the standard of one of the single best animated shows of all time. It has its flaws, correct, but overall, it has a fantastic series of music, of visuals, of acting, of storylines, of like everything you would want in a story to have like really good solid storytelling. I honestly think that season 1 has almost all of it. It is the closest thing that I could give a 9 out of 10 to.
Okay. Kaiser?
Season 1 is better than Batman Beyond. I'm joking. I didn't mean that.
What?
But it's definitely one of the definitely, like the others have said, one of the best like animated shows to have come out, especially in like the past 5 years, 10 years, whatever. It's one of the few shows that I would actually confidently give a 9 out of 10 on its own. Maybe if you twist my arm with a couple of things, I'd probably give it an 8, but it is a strong 8, one of the strongest there is. Especially with the way that it treats its characters.
All right. Since I'm next up, I happen to adore Arcane season 1. I think I'm right there with I Know Nothing. I think it's one of the best animated things ever put to print. And I was kind of blown away because I had only heard about it from word of mouth. I remember seeing like promo images that were shared around at one point, but like it basically came out of the blue for me. Some friends started talking about it, and after a couple of weeks of hearing just how much they loved it and how it was roughly structured with 3 episodes releasing every week, I decided, hey, you know what? This is popular right now. Fatman, let's sit down and react to it. And the rest is history. You can see our full reaction. I was amazed at like the absolute way they handled so many different heavy topics so maturely. They could have easily gone full edgelord in several different circumstances. It's very easy with this kind of show, and they pulled it off with a plum. And I cannot sing Arcane season 1's praises enough. So also, who is Kaiser? Maybe go push to talk.
Probably.
Wait, what? For what? What happened?
Squeaky chair.
Squeaky chair. You have air coming through.
Sorry, I didn't think you heard that. My bad.
You can't get the squeaky chair with the bouncing avatar. Like
we need your avatar like spinning in a chair. It's what we need in a little.
So I guess I'm the only one that didn't like I was going to go over season 1 again, but instead of doing that, I played Mystic Messenger because I needed to cry, I guess.
Perfectly understandable, honestly.
I was so stressed. I was so stressed. But no, from what I recall of when Raymond dragged me into watching Arcane, because I wasn't gonna watch it because I heard that it was everywhere, and I have a habit of not getting into things when they're popular. I either have to get into things before they really blow up or after they blow up, and somebody has to twist my arm to get me into it, like during its run.
Mood.
But
I totally
yeah.
get that.
Yeah, I feel
From what I remember of it, I do think that the first episode was a little bit rough, but I think that's because like there's so much going on in the world. It's so fleshed out that it doesn't really hold your hand in order to get you used to the world. You are just plopped right in there, and then you have to get up and run. And it doesn't treat you like you have to know everything before you get going. They're like, you are going to figure this all out once we get going, so let's just start. I remember that. But I remember the first episode, while a little bit clunky, was still pretty good. I'm the only artist of the group, so I can say that I was uniquely blown away by the art, in the sense of like all the different techniques that they used, trying to figure out like how they did this, how they did that, all this kind of stuff, all these different camera angles that I could figure out. And then I had to stop that and just enjoy the show, because it's like, oh, my artist brain is like trying to pick up these things, and it's like, no, I have to just let it absorb into my skin. Or else I'm just gonna get lost. But I remember thinking that season 1 was really, really good. I was impressed at how, like I said, they didn't hold your hand. They didn't treat you like you had to know things. They didn't hold anything back for you. It knew what it wanted to do, and it knew when to hold back. It was just really, really solid, tight storytelling.
Ryan Carson, yes, Twy is an artist, but she did not draw Kelpie. Kelpie was drawn by an artist named Shum. You can find her in the credits of some of the Fixing Ruby volumes. Teddy Bear.
I drew Takara.
Yeah, she drew
and
her
technically I drew Kaiser's avatar.
well, technically, you drove everything except the helmet. Drew.
I was gonna say Twy doesn't have a license. Twilight can't drive.
Everything except the helmet. Also, while the attention is on me, I gotta say one last thing about season 1. It's very quick. Season 1, especially, but Arcane as a whole, is what Ruby should have been, flat out. Maybe not entirely in terms of quality, but definitely in terms of the heights they try to reach. That's all I have to say about that.
I actually don't necessarily agree. I kind of get what you're trying to say, but I don't strictly agree with that. Teddy Bear Paladin, by the way, it gives us another part of his story. Funko Bear, brother, what merits this obsession against the unicorns? Plush unicorn, because he is at his core a brute, as Teddies are. Teddy Bear Paladin, you know you did. I imagine it's you know what you did. So there's a plush unicorn, nothing less than my full demanded. Funko Bear, explain. Still, Funko Bear just being like, what is happening? Someone explain what's happening. The evolution of this plot line.
War crimes.
Plush unicorn war crimes. But yes.
Speaking of war crimes, Arcane.
Yeah, speaking of war crimes, Arcane. Yeah. I think I'm of the minority then here, or maybe not minority, but I thought episode 1 of season 1 was just fine.
I'm with you right there.
Yeah.
No, I thought that it was fine. Like, I said that it was a little bit rough. I never said that.
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
bad.
yeah. Sorry, mostly I'm pushing back against Fat Man there because I know Fat Man has this thing where he doesn't like
It's-
big bombastic action sequences to start out things.
It's the like the Netflix pilot syndrome. Like
It
I've
kinda
noticed
is.
it in a lot of things, like even prior to Netflix, but like especially if you watch a lot of Netflix shows, you get this like I don't know if it's like the 3-episode rule syndrome where it's just like, oh yeah, the first episode doesn't have to be good. It has to be this specific way.
Engaging. It has to bring them in, you know.
Yeah, and like they go for they always, no matter what the show is, they have to follow the exact same beats in the exact same order for every fucking pilot
Well,
they ever put
I
out.
contest that. I contest that on the grounds of it's still good. Like I think it was still well made. Just because it follows a template that you're not a fan of, there's a I draw that distinction.
There is a difference between something that is good or something that is bad and something that you like and don't like personally.
Well, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I mean, I don't know. It's all, to each their own.
We
But
would have to probably get into
it's
a deeper
not
conversation.
it's not a good way to start a show. It's
You
like
can still acknowledge that something is well made even if you don't like it, and you can still admit that even if you like something that it's actually garbage.
Nom nom.
okay, like Squid Game does the exact same thing, but that was a good pilot. Like it wasn't good. It didn't click for me. It didn't work for Arcane.
Hey, isn't this supposed to be about season 2?
Yeah. Well, we're establishing some.
What would season 2 be without season 1?
We're all trying to figure
Hang
out where
on.
things came from. Oh,
I do want to say I would agree with you, but only in terms of when it's a book. Because action scenes on the first chapter of a book does not fucking work.
I find books are actually really tricky to start sometimes. I mean, it's just like,
oh yeah,
friggin', I always come back to, I've never read a Brandon Sanderson book. I've tried to read Mistborn once.
Yeah.
And immediately I read the first chapter and I'm just like, there's a lot being thrown at my face right now. None of it's being like delivered to me carefully. And then when my friend tried to explain like how the world was structured, I was like, how was I supposed to understand any of that in any context at any time? Like I was so lost and confused and not interested. It was so annoying to me.
the one book that I was thinking of with that example was it is a really good book, at least in my opinion, when you actually get down to reading it. But I almost DNF'd it in the first chapter because it started with a bombing and the characters leaving the factory that they worked in because there was a bombing going on. And it's like, okay, this book is set in fantasy World War II. I guess I just have to deal with it, but I don't know what the hell is going on. And it works better in film because you have the visuals in order to supplement all of that, so it can help you ground yourself in the scene and in the moment. But that doesn't work for
it's
books.
A theater of the mind, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so having such a cinematic scene like that in a book doesn't work as well. So like there should be context for that as well.
There's a book called The Blade Itself by Joe Abercrombie. It's part of the first Lost series. The first chapter of that is like a very heavy action sequence, and then the second chapter, in like stark juxtaposition to like the very heavy action sequence it starts on, is this old man trying to walk down the stairs without slipping, and it's written with like so much more intensity than this guy like running away from a horde of monsters and like jumping over gorges and like falling down cliffs, that it's really quite amazing.
And the third chapter, of course, was about a bunch of very young 20 to 30-year-olds with very built chests and very strong physiques buying underwear.
God, I wish, but unfortunately, the third chapter was starting the political plot. Unfortunately,
okay. But anyway,
Damn.
speaking of political plots, we can finally start talking about Arcane again. Now that we've brought the conversation all the way back. So to get everyone roughly caught back up, what happened at the end of Arcane season 1? Well, actually, should we give our rough opinions of season 2 now that we've all seen it? Should we all?
Oh, feel free.
All right, I will go in reverse order this time. So Twy, you started off.
Oh, damn. Oh shit. You asked me to do that right as my headphones died because I'm an idiot and I forgot
Oh
to.
my god.
Yeah, sorry.
Amazing.
I'm gonna put Spotify on low so that my headphones don't die. But I think Arcane is one of those shows that I need to just be in the moment for, and if I'm going to analyze it, then I have to like stop it, look at the scene in detail, and it'll take like 7 hours to get through an episode sort of thing. But when I first experienced season 2 from start to finish, I think that it was like a natural progression from season 1, despite the amount of time that had passed between the 2 seasons. There had been some cooling of some characters, some toxic feelings boiling under the surface for others. Some things had changed, new characters had come in and stuff like that. But it was all coming into this swirling mass where it was still progressing in a very believable and understandable way from where it had come off from. And I think that despite all of the new stuff that had been brought to the table in season 2, it managed to progress things in a very interesting but natural way. Like, I wasn't expecting half of the things that were being set up. I had suspected other things, and I never trust my judgment when I make a prediction. But I was kind of surprised when a couple of my predictions did come true, so I was happy about that. But I think that they were able to wrap it up very, very neatly. Yeah, that's my overall thoughts.
I really love Arcane season 2. I'm still not sure because I'm still obviously my emotions are still cooling on it. It's only been 3 days since it came out. Still not sure where it sits with me when it comes down to season 1. My gut tells me that season 1 is probably stronger overall, but that's still a high bar to strive for, and the fact that it's even in the same ballpark is more than impressive considering how most sequels are treated these days, I feel. I know I can just feel someone on this panel chomping at the bit to talk, but I know he's not saying anything, but I get the energy. No, I thought it actually brought a lot of characters to a very natural conclusion. There were some weird bumps here or there that I thought were kind of unusual choices, but for almost all the main characters, everything hit home basically as I had hoped for. And I was incredibly satisfied by the end. And that was really it. By the end, I was just absolutely satisfied with everything that had happened. So yeah, that was kind of my experience with it. I'm currently sitting at an 8 out of 10 for it, roughly speaking. It could go up, it could go down based on further analysis. There were some plot points that I was kind of iffy on, but then people point out these background details that really helped build them up in subtlety in the background, as per background details, that I learned to appreciate later on. So it's one of those things that, like, I'm kind of fluctuating on, and that's why I hope this stream and the future streams on Arcane hope to kind of coalesce my thoughts on the series. Kaiser.
You see, there's a benefit to being in the middle. Alrighty. But yeah, overall, I will definitely say that Arcane season 2, at least in terms of my feelings on it right now, I think it's still really, really, really fucking good TV. Like in terms of sequels and like second seasons to anything, especially nowadays, that it's very rare that you find something that, yeah, there are some things you might not agree with, but overall it still fucking works, especially in comparison to what came before, which, because of that foundation, that's a lot of why this season felt unique, because it just immediately hits the ground running.
Did Kaiser explode?
Probably that happens.
Okay.
Shame that.
Look,
No.
he's more broken than Blues at this point.
Oh boy.
All right. Should I go or should we wait?
All
for
yours,
Kaiser to
man.
come back?
I
All yours,
literally,
man.
I was like, I'm gonna go get a drink while someone else is talking, and I come back and Kaiser dies, and it's just I should have not left when Kaiser started going off. I should have expected this. All right, well, while that's happening, Teddy Bear Paladin plus Unicorn. Once my foal and your cub, as you so cruelly call her, sat together, played together, Teddy Bear Paladin. And then she abandoned our cub, plus Unicorn. My foal chose the adoration of her peers over a burden. Ooh.
Ooh, a burden.
Interesting. And then Izanagi. Personally, I'm 7 out of 10, plus or minus 0.5. I acknowledge issues the detractors have pacing and plot, but I still enjoy the story and characters well enough. Okay. Well, yeah, so I Know Nothing is swapping out with Fatman. So Fatman, I guess, take the reins while we wait for Kaiser to come back from the dead.
I'm being taken over by a black box. I can't be. I'm fading away. The ink. It's taking me over.
I'm holding like those like meditation balls in my claw. They're like bouncing around, rotating.
Oh, do I have one? I have 2 of those right now, honestly.
No, you're freaking David Bowie with the Jareth and Labyrinth.
All right. Well, I felt that far more than season 1, that there were things in season 2 that made me think like, is this game lore that I should be familiar with? In our reactions, which you can see on patreon.com, we theorized that certain things were like a backdoor pilot for a spin-off, which is a criticism I have with season 2. Ultimately, I think season 2 is more solid than season 1 was, and it definitely stuck the landing despite all my criticisms of certain aspects of it. But yeah, I was worried that we weren't going to see more Silco because he died in season 1.
Yeah.
But no, we got a healthy amount of Silco, and that was satisfying.
We got the healthy amount of healthy Silco. That was was the nice part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Kaiser's still dead. I Know Nothing. You have the floor. I guess I'll. Oh wait.
Oh.
Is he back?
Did the reboot work?
No.
Oh!
There we go. All right, there we go.
Discord cucking me every chance it fucking gets. I swear to God. Like, I've been looking up different reasons why this would happen. But anyways, whatever. Anyways, what was the last thing y'all heard me say?
We all moved on to Fat Man's thoughts, so we all forgot about what you were saying.
You've been gone for quite a while.
All right, man.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Let me just breeze through it.
You've been gone for a year. You were trapped like Echo and
Wake up, Kaiser.
Yeah,
I miss you.
The Mavericks got you, man.
Yeah, the Mavericks. Okay. What was it? God damn it, man. Anyways, season 2 is overall still really good, even if it can't really compete in my mind to season 1. I think the score that I have it right now is around like a 7 or 8 out of 10 overall. Um, I think overall this season, it's really rare to find a second season of a show, especially a recent one, where it just picks up so much what is left off of the first one, and you can still feel the spirit and passion and writing prowess on full display here. Like, they do not hold anything back. There are some things in just the first 3 episodes alone, that I just straight up did not expect a single thing about. And that is incredible. Even with the stuff that we already know was going to come into play, it still manages to surprise me. Now, I will say though that there are some things that kind of had me a little bit like on the fence on, especially in the middle portion of the season. And I can understand, given that, why other people, especially online, aren't feeling it as much, which we can probably get into a little bit later. But overall, I still think that this is some damn good TV. And yeah, I can't wait to see what the crew still has, in store next for just other properties. And I hope next time they manage to cook a little more with this.
All right, so now we move on to the spiciest of boys.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, and those of unspecified gender, I am rolling up my sleeves. Season 2 is a pale imitation of Season 1. I believe that the pacing is so rushed to the point where it causes a lot of issues, to where many characters are assassinated. The plot does not make much sense when you really get down to brass tacks, and through those characters' assassinations, the plot was forced into a specific direction that I do not believe should have gone through, when simple pieces of information were just seemingly left out / characters seemingly not doing what they should. In multiple occasions, as well as hefty amounts of plot armor to the point of parody, in my opinion, and individual instances that actually made me roll my eyes.
Okay, well,
Okay.
that's an opener. Well then,
Dude, I'm just looking at chat right now.
Yeah.
I imagine we'll get to it, but like, which characters were assassinated?
Vi, Jinx, Jace, Victor, Singe is fine. Echo's mostly fine.
All right, we can all agree Singe got out of this the best. Everyone liked the ending for Singe.
Pretty much.
Everyone on
W
this
in the
panel,
chat for Singe.
I want everyone on this panel to know, invest in Singe stocks. You will go to the moon, because holy fuck.
That man won everything, and I find that so amusing.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he did. Spoilers, I guess. But like, okay, we're headhunting. We got Vi, Jinx, Jace, Victor. Who else?
Okay, let me actually just pull up the character list for season 2 real quick. Caitlyn, characters.
Well, of course she's assassinated. You got her name wrong.
Caitlyn, sorry. Mbessa, Vander, Silco,
Wait. How was Silco assassinated?
Oh, good sir. Would you like me to explain when we get to it?
No, we'll get there, I imagine. But
my friend, I simply say this. I came to this plotline trying to. Okay, first off, I'm not trying to yuck anyone's yum. There's a lot of. Okay, oh, fuck off.
Look, Raymond, I know for a fact that Raymond was thinking the same fucking thing.
He was.
Don't judge me.
He was, but my purpose on this podcast overall, how I see it, is not to yuck anyone's yum. It's simply to put media not on a pedestal, but under supervision / have it be under critique. If it can withstand these critiques, season 1 of the critiques I have goes through them perfectly fine. Season 2 does not. And there's a lot I really, really love about season 2. One particular shot of season 2 is currently my wallpaper, and it happens to be a particular mindscape where one character is looking up at an ascended other being right now. Everyone here knows that particular
Yeah,
shot,
yes.
I assume.
Yes.
That is my wallpaper right now. That is amazing.
That's the part of the thumbnail for the final episode for our reaction.
I mean, of course, that's just
It
that's
has
just
to be.
maximum
It's
thumbnail fuel.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy with how that thumbnail came out. I can't wait for the public to see it because I put a lot of work getting just about every single major character onto it somehow, and it worked.
Also continuing on, Saveka, is that how you pronounce her name?
Savika.
Savika.
Savika, thank you. My head's going crazy.
Wow, you said that
Heimerdinger.
so aggressively.
Heimerdinger, and have I?
So literally every character except Sid.
No. Echo's fine for the most part.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, Echo and Singed. Echo and Singed are free.
Okay, first things first. Zero will in fact slap me if I say anything against the Go, and all things being equal, Echo's fine. Nobody cares about him, but he's fine.
Oh.
What?
Okay,
Excuse
as
you?
someone who was the one that cared
Oh.
probably the least for Echo coming out of Arcane season 1 initially, upon
Oh.
rewatch, I actually really grew to love the guy, and like he's actually such a
Good sir.
good character.
Good sir. Good sir. I didn't
I'm
mean. Oh, sorry. You first, Twilight.
I am so fucking in love with Echo. I love
I
him.
No, I
This
was about
boy.
to say episode
so-
7 is the best episode of the season. Can we all agree
So-
on that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm,
Aw, damn it.
I mean, I
you
think
might-
episode 7 is
maybe
the best
because
one
of
overall.
whoever
I know
else say
it's
on-
hard.
we'll
It's
get
hard,
to
but
that.
I do because I raised it with Fatman. It's like I kind of felt like even though there was a lot of good stuff in episode 7, it also felt like there wasn't a lot of forward momentum like there was with every other episode in the season. So it's like it's a give and take because like the nature of the episode, you don't really. It's more about building particularly the 3 characters. I guess really 2 characters who interact with the main plot.
Yeah.
So it's
So,
like
Okay.
there's a whole
fair
thing.
enough.
when I
oh,
say that, my apologies, Kaiser. When I say nobody cares about Echo, out of the show, I fucking love Echo. He's the goat. In the show, fucking nobody cares about this guy.
Oh, you mean the other characters?
Yeah, the other
Gotcha.
characters don't give a shit.
Okay.
You say as
I-
one of our poor furry friends literally gave his life for Egg.
I also say that as after an accident, Vi beelines right past Echo's unconscious body and does not give a fuck about him.
He was
Did she-
also
did she
under
even
some
see
rubble
him?
though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
I
was
was about
up,
to say,
he was
oh.
up above rubble. I'm sorry, you could see him from there. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that like there was also a current threat and she was going to her sister.
Yeah, but we'll get to that in a second.
Okay,
There's
whoa,
a lot of
we're not
issues
going to get to
there.
that in a second. We're going to get. It's going to take us a while.
No,
to get
100%.
there.
I have many a page, and if I am wrong, 100%, feel free to call me wrong. I'm just a book man.
Also,
I can
I've
be wrong.
rewatched. Also, I've rewatched. God damn it!
I will eat your pages, sir.
What the fuck? God damn!
Sir.
Everybody know. I will say, I think I've rewatched episode 7 the least because there were the least amount of things that I thought I was the least confused about in preparation for this. So maybe you might convince me.
No, but there are 2 things that I think everyone on the panel here can agree are spectacular. The music and the visuals are fan-fucking-tastic.
Undisputed.
Oh yeah, that's a cold take. Yeah.
Ryan Carson, someone draw Twi eating pages of a book, threatening I know nothing.
I don't know. Is Dederex in chat? I don't think I've seen him.
Unfortunate.
He hasn't been around lately.
No, he hasn't. It's a shame.
Well, okay, let's actually dive into the substance. We'll see if we can manage to get through talking about episodes 1 through 3, the first act. I imagine we're going to be doing a lot of stop-starting, discussing different callbacks and the like. But the first scene that we get in the season is immediately following I gotta be careful with copyright stuff. Immediately following the attempt to the successful blowing up of the entire council by Jinx, with Mel and Jace both mysteriously surviving unharmed, completely unharmed, which was one of those big questions at the end of the last season with the whole glowy energy thing that Mel had on her back.
Right.
Which, of course, leads into a whole arc for her in the future. So that was like kind of a big question. That I remember in our reactions with my reaction with Fat, I was constantly yelling, "Mel, how are you alive?" It was like a catchphrase.
Jace directly answered that in like one of the final episodes.
Well, no, I mean, like they directly answered it in episode 8. It's just like, and so I was like,
well, I mean, like he directed us back to the explosion. He's like, "You're the one that protected us." It's like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I started to like piece that together once like the Black Rose stuff started happening. And my God, I think we're gonna have the biggest words about the Black Rose stuff, if I'm being honest. I think all of us.
Oh, I have many words about the Black Rose.
Thank God, because I'm still a little bit like about what they even are.
So yeah, everyone's like, Mel and Jace are horrified over what happened. They're all covered in soot and grimy, and we start to realize people really got messed up hard. We've got female Gus Fring here, who got her collar blown off.
Female Gus Fring.
That's how she's walking. It's like the exact same kind of like moment.
It kind of is, yeah.
And then of course we learn that what was this guy's name? I had them.
The guy that got the toy from
he still couldn't solve over 7 years.
Yeah.
The guy from the representative from the Techno Union, and of course.
Oh fuck! I was gonna make that joke.
I've been making that joke for years. We get to see that Sallow has had his legs crushed, which actually I think, based on where everyone was positioned, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
what?
There's a particular shot eventually in the council chambers later where you see like a sort of field around where Mel's protection happened, and depending on where everybody was in the council chamber does fit where like that field of protection works. So everything from here, like perfectly fine. Nothing's wrong here.
Izanaki says, "My quick opinion on the Black Rose stuff. It was trying to set up larger world in the region of Nox is too early and feels like you need LOL knowledge." Yeah, we're getting there. We'll get there.
That's what I was talking about.
We will 100% get there.
Yeah.
When I said there were things that felt like game knowledge.
So then we get the death of Jessamine, I believe her name, Jessamine Kiraman? No.
Yes.
Is it Jessamine?
I believe Jessamine.
Or is that the queen from, or the empress from Dishonored? I think that's the.
I like.
Yeah, you're right.
I like how Raymond is just ignoring when he's like, yes.
Well, no. Like the reason why is like, we know it doesn't sound right. What is her name? Why am I blanking on her name? I mean, I as rude as it sounds, it's ultimately not important because it's more important for Kate that her mother is dead. But that's basically what we're learning here. And I like that they had Jace go up to her and be the one that's horrified and shocked by her death.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I can agree to that.
Yeah, because like, I mean, if people that don't remember from the first season, she was his not mentor, but she was sponsor. So it's like they actually had a personal connection and everything. And despite how everything fell out last season, it's clear that he still very much cared for the people that helped set him up.
Also, her name's Cassandra. Not Jessamine.
Yeah,
I had Jessamine in the head.
Yeah, Jessamine is the Empress from Dishonored 1.
Whatever.
Then we of course have Ambessa rushing in to try and see that Mel is all right. And I'm curious now, what is Ambessa's like facial expressions going on in this scene? I'm curious if like how scared she really is considering her actions. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Yeah, no, she's immediately in command. I can't really read anything other than she's trying to just get a read on the situation and protect the person she cares about.
Yeah, she's a general, and she's probably seen a lot of shit considering Noxus. So she immediately like takes command, sees that the one person that she overall does care about on a personal level is okay, and then immediately goes like go go and like starts sending out orders to get people into medical treatment. Which is then when Jace sees Victor.
Yep. And we get these nice, well, not nice. I actually, Smaller Soul did a video, and I actually invited him on the podcast because I thought his input would be nice, but he's actually only like watching it 1 week at a time, one episode, 1 week at a time. And he's doing little videos each week on each episode he's covering. And so his one for the first episode came out. And he was talking about how this was disorienting, the way it cut to black. And he said that it wasn't disorienting in a good way. Like later in the episode where What's-Her-Face gets like that nozzle pulled out of her nose, that hose pulled out of her nose, and she starts having the flashes. He says that that's a better example of it. I personally thought this was all right. I didn't think this was like all that hard to really follow what was going on, or I found it any kind of disorienting or messy or anything. I thought it was okay. But yeah, so immediately Jace is like, okay, I gotta save Victor. Victor is dying. He's literally on his last legs. He already was down to like 1 already. So we gotta do something. And that's when he strikes upon the Hex Core. Which
I was just going to. My apologies for interrupting. To give this particular, my issues don't start yet. By the way, I want that noted because I actually do really like because Jace is desperate. He wants to help his friend, but you actually see Jace go through all the different notes Victor has on the Hex Core before he feeds it to him, sort of thing. So like mind rushing, desperation, read. This is the best decision I can do with the information that I have right now. Yeah, no issue here.
The details here are superb.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course the Hex Core is also like, hey, how about I'll just do my thing. You can just
Yo, JC boy.
I hear you have some meat. Give me that skinny twink scientist.
Feed me the twink, Jace. Feed it to me.
It's like the Hex Core. We talked about it. They're called Twinkies. You can't. That's different. You're not. Just a horrible misunderstanding. You just wanted some hostess.
But he created a mimetic virus instead.
Jace picks up with tongs. I'm actually curious what would have happened if Jace had just flat out touched it with his hand. Like,
probably wouldn't have ended well for him. But at the same time, Jace is smart enough to know not to really touch this kind of shit with your bare hands.
Well, I was gonna say if I saw a floating spiky orb with lightning coming off of it that was kind of pulsing in accordance with my friend who's having a seizure, yeah, I probably wouldn't want to touch it either. Like, I'd at least get a towel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, at least a towel.
At least a towel.
Yeah, the towel is going to do so much. It's going to do so much.
Yeah, you say that. You say that. But, like, I'm telling you, if he had used the towel, it would have actually calmed down. The Hex Core would have felt, oh, this is like a nice, safe blanket. I'm going to calm down. And it would have saved Victor, but not made him turn evil.
Right, the Hex Core
had a comfort blanket.
Burrito.
Yes.
Yeah. The Hex Core has deep anxiety.
You haven't like poking it out of the towel with like both spikes being like little cat ears. So yeah, he just like kind of. I like he's like, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing. I'm just gonna hold it over here and hope things work. And it basically Ghostbusters sucks itself into his body.
Yep.
Then explodes. And
creates this cage that we don't see just yet, I don't believe.
And then the caption
It creates Cassandra.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, and then the captions say music stops.
The theme music plays.
Jazz music stops. Oh my god, I wish there was a caption like that at some point. That would have been hilarious.
God, that would be peak, honestly.
So what was we get the new opening, which I was not expecting getting a new opening. And I've got to be honest, my opinion still holds that I liked the first opening better, with the statues kind of feeling like these are larger than life legends and myths. However, it was pointed out, and I found interesting, is that these poses that all these characters are in are based upon old tragedies. So I think the most obvious one for a lot of people was how Caitlyn is posed like, I want to say, Macbeth, which, considering her arc, makes a lot of sense. I think Victor is Hamlet. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, no, maybe it's Phantom of the Opera.
He is Phantom of the Opera.
Right, and this is, I think it's Ambessa and Mel that are Hamlet.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, I find that, like, all very interesting.
And Jinx is Les Miserables.
Yep. The only one that I really recognize, because that's the only one that I actually got exposed to.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I never got exposed to many of those sorts of classics when I was in high school.
I was a theater kid. I got exposed to all of this.
Yeah, the what kind of got me, because like I recognized, I thought it was just a reference to Les Mis. I thought it was going to be like, okay, we're going to borrow some imagery, not that it would actually tie in directly. Kind of not. But like, I didn't realize, oh, it's because they're all doing that. I had thought that it was just for this one particular frame of Jinx. But no, it was the everyone. And I should have guessed that with the way they had Caitlyn standing off onto the stage and Jace like blocking his eyes over a stage light. Like, it's all very much around theater and musicals and such, which I thought just
Which
interesting
makes sense,
touch.
given the minimalistic clothing,
Yeah. You have Vi against Caitlyn bashing heads, the Caitlyn King Macbeth moment, Echo doing his jump. Also, I was informed that every single opening has a different mini splice that's been done, because I noticed it only for episode 7, where Heimerdinger shows up in that slice of light for Echo. I didn't notice it for anyone else.
Yeah, there's different splices as the episodes go on, I believe.
Yeah.
That's really creative.
Nothing too crazy, but I do like the creativity. Shame for About Imagine Dragons, though.
Okay, I think it's a fine song.
Here we go.
I don't understand why people get so upset about them. I
don't mind a good chunk of their music. I just don't like Oh the Misery. I don't like Enemy. I don't like Enemy as a song overall.
Oh, why?
It's the same 3 chords. I don't really care for it. It doesn't work for me. I can't really tell you why.
I don't know. You were so opinionated about everything else. I thought that maybe you had a reason why you didn't like that one too.
Okay, some things I don't have full opinions on, mostly because I'm allowed to vibe. Twilight. The ritual circle didn't stop that.
The song in isolation is fine. Tonally, it isn't appropriate. What do you mean tonally it isn't appropriate? Like, it's a song about everyone becoming enemies, which I'm pretty sure at some point in the entirety of Arcane, at any one given point, every character has been each other's enemies. Yeah. Like, it is fully it's completely thematically
you
relevant.
guys do know that music doesn't stop at the melody, right? That sometimes the lyrics are very important.
Hot take. I actually think Enemy is a better song and more thematic than some of the song choices in the actual show sections.
Oh, yeah, there's a particular song that, outside of the song, I could not stop myself laughing.
Well, the one that comes to mind is the end of episode 7. I think the end of episode 7 is really lighthearted for what we know Hextech does, and that's
100%.
That's a whole conversation to have. So then we get a really beautifully done funeral for Cassandra. And I can't remember if it's also for the other members of the council. I think it's mostly just for Cassandra, though, that we see.
We see like small monuments / people of the different representations of the different council members, but the main one is Caitlyn.
Yeah. I like that. I didn't actually realize that her dad was here in the corner, but yeah,
Yeah, it's
this is so
it's
beautifully drawn. But like, because it's oh no, I did. That's why.
well.
I didn't
How
actually
about
notice.
this? It's the best part about it, personally, because like, Caitlyn is now like head of the family. She's the one that's supposed to like remain strong, so she's all in color. But then suddenly, like her father is just utterly destroyed by this, so he's just a blank, like depressed blob in the background. And what the heck is happening?
Oh, that was
Kaiser again.
Kaiser dying again. It's fine.
Okay, I see. No,
I'm
it's
back.
artistically really well done, and this is a music video that I like.
Yes.
I cried. And I was like,
Mhm.
God damn it, it's been 5 minutes and you've already made me cry.
Yeah, when me and Twy was watching this the first time, I heard that. I was like, yeah, me
It's
too.
great.
Like this is
Somber.
probably the best of these sequences in the show, in my opinion.
Oh,
It
yeah,
is
100%.
absolutely, and it's even crazier when you find out that they like drew all of this with charcoal.
By hand. It's not like digitally
By
at
hand.
all. It's actual by hand. Like that's Jesus Christ, the level of effort that went
It's
into this.
insane.
Fantastic stuff.
Also,
And
this
you
girl
first, Kaiser.
always wants to be my enemy. All right, there you go. Anyway,
My favorite part of this particular thing is that when the casket is closing on Caitlyn's mother, you see her for a second sort of just like twitch and move, so to sort of get like one more second, one more instant of seeing your mother right before you can't see her again.
Oh, see, I was paying too much attention to like I really want that casket.
That is a really nice casket.
Yeah. It's a dope ass casket.
I'm not gonna
Raven
deny it,
wants
but
to die just so that he can have that casket.
No, I said it in the
casket.
reaction. I don't want to die. I just want the casket. I don't know where I'm going to put it. Do with it.
like it's
well, you're good. That's just gonna be your bed from now on.
oh yeah. and like only the main characters who are directly affected by this like
yeah.
are shown in color, and it's so like all the different enforcers sort of giving their like respectful looks to Kate. Fucking why do I have Kate in my head?
Yeah.
Well, no, you
I've
should have
seen
Kate in your
similar
head, not a cat.
Cat. Sorry, Cat.
God damn.
Oh
I've
God, you're
seen,
right.
Like similar sequences.
Oh yeah,
like
see that,
this.
and then watch like move, and then like so her sort of like leaning, like as someone who has lost a lot of family members, no, I felt that like that is 100% accurate, and
No, that's fair.
oh boy,
Yeah.
Yeah.
This.
that's a great scene.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, it's fantastic. Like I've seen like similar sort of sequences in other shows that do this kind of thing in times of tragedy where everyone else is kind of faceless. This is probably the strongest version of that type of visual storytelling that I've ever seen.
100%.
Oh my God.
Maybe
Now,
it's because in conjunction with the music, I don't know, but visually it's so inspiring.
No. I'm gonna push back. It's not just like the music is really well chosen for this, but like there's a lot to the visuals and how they're presenting it that go a long way. Because my mind immediately went to what other shows have had like these kind of extended funeral sequences have I seen, and I'm like immediately drawn to all the fucking CW like DC shows that have like these super melodramatic funerals, and it's like
Oh my god!
like there
the
is
Flash.
like the Flash or Arrow. Man, Arrow they really gummed up.
Or
the,
I'm a woman.
I don't know if they had funerals in Batwoman or
Batwoman.
not. Oh no, I think they did because they all thought that Kate Kane died, and
Yeah.
for that period of
Right.
time, and then she got recast. So yeah, this could have actually been really like soppy melodramatic bullcrap, and it's so tastefully
But it
done.
works.
It works so well. They did it so smartly, and I think it's because like the way the characters meditate on it. It's not like it's not like the characters are turning to each other and it's like, let's make the audience cry now. I'm going to make the audience cry now. No, it's literally these characters being like, well, Kate, you're head of the family now. And it's like, wait, what? It's like, I'm not in a position to do this. It's like, oh, that's like a realistic conversation that someone would have following the death of a loved one. It's like that makes a lot of sense. And all these different, and we're left to like the very emotional things are only through only through, I guess, for lack of a better term, the acting, not just the voice acting, but also the expression through the animation, which I think really helps sell
The
all of
mocap
it.
is insane. Like, it's probably even better this season than the last one.
Great stuff.
Gotta be careful with copyright as I try to get through. Oh god, the shake to her eyes.
It's
Because-
fantastic.
Yeah, because she's got to be strong for the family. You gotta keep up because she's a member of the Enforcers and everything else. So gotta keep posterity. And well, the second that it's just Caitlyn and Vi in a room, all that's gone.
That's gonna be a conversation.
But we'll get to that. Oh, yeah, that's another conversation. I really hated that particular scene.
All right, well,
I'll put my apron on because there's gonna be a lot of mess when we get to that.
Indeed.
Oh boy.
all right. So we have now Kate standing in the middle of the bombed out ruin, staring at where her mother sat, and basically, mulling it over, and Mel trying to comfort her what little she can. And it's like, it's very, very heartfelt. I gotta say, like, Mel wasn't exactly one of my favorite characters from the first season, but she really, this season did do a lot to make her come into her own. Because, like, the first season, while I found her very good, she didn't stand out too much from the main cast other than she was, like, the political machinations person. Now she got a lot more going on with her, which there are things about it that I'm not the biggest of fans of. I think I have a whole, like, feeling about how they've escalated the amount of magic in this season versus the prior one. I think there's, like, something there to discuss. But, like, overall, like, she came out very warm to me in this season, and I actually really like that. So we get, of course, Mel, Caitlyn, what's her face? Gus Fring.
We don't know.
Gus Fring.
I was about to say freaking Jada Pinkett Smith. But
Jada Pinkett Fring.
Jada Pinkett Fring.
And Sallow being wheeled in by Mbessa now that he's been crippled.
Yes,
And-
Josh Keaton. Yes.
And Sallow's like, God, we were just about to extend to them sovereignty. We were about to completely cut them loose. And it's our job to impose order. And we've been asleep at our posts. We fucked up, and now I'm scorched earth.
Savages. They aren't even human. Yes.
Yeah.
Barely even human, yeah. No.
Yeah.
Barely even human. Yep.
So we get this great scene of the three remaining counselors plus Caitlyn and Mbessa.
What about that?
Oh.
So, this is something that comes in later. Jace needs to be here. Specifically, you can say that Jace is no longer a council member. However, later in the episodes, he says to Victor, I'm going to resign from the council. So, right here, right now, when war is about to bring down from his city and they're planning on using Hextech and everything else, where is Jace? More than that, you can say that he is worried about Victor. However, the council can simply make a vote when not all members are present, because if Jace was there, he'd be with Mel, it'd be 2-2, we'd stall, and the entire conversation of the season has to be redone because things don't go forward from there.
Okay.
But, I'm more than willing to be told like I'm wrong and stuff, but the issue here is that they are planning to like overrun, take over Zon, like savages, barely even human, and all that great stuff. Great song, by the way. I like that song.
Yes.
But
Yeah, of course.
they want to
Why
use
River?
Hextech weaponry. Mbessa explicitly wants to push, and Sallow is Mbessa's puppet, and she wants to push Hextech weaponry. The one person currently on the board right now that can make Hextech weaponry is Jace. You need him on board basically anything, because he's the one that's going to be giving your army everything that they need outside of say rifles and stuff. And everyone on the council currently right now, from Mel to especially Caitlyn, they know about the Shimmer people. The Shimmer people are superhumanly fast, take out everything in like they mow through like enforcers like nothing, and the Zong can make a lot of those. So Hextech is the evening factor against it's supposed to be called Chemtech, but it's never specifically stated in universe. They need Jace to be here to have a discussion, because if Jace is not on board, congratulations, they have barely anything. They cannot force him, because gun to his head, Jace at this point holds to his belief that that
Hextech
things are
not be
done.
used. Okay,
It has to be
I
done.
will.
And also, like, like Silco. Also, by the way, Silco is dead, and Jinx killed him. The council should know this. Put a pin in that. We'll use it later. But
The council
please,
do know it. They've mentioned it. I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure.
They do. Yes. Put a pin in that. Moving on. But as you
Okay.
say,
So, to give everyone, to make sure everyone's caught up on this scene, they are deciding basically what to do. And of course, Salo here is pushing, we go in fully armed with Hextech, and we go wipe out basically all the remnants of Silco's forces, anyone loyal to him. We dismantle the pseudo political structure of the Undercity and clean out the streets. Meanwhile, Jada Pinkett Fring here, she's basically of the same mind, but Mel's the one that's one to be the most peaceful. Especially, I think, at Caitlyn's encouragement. You know, we got to be there. It is this one lone person that we got to catch, and while they do have a bounty out on Jinx, they don't. A lot of people don't want to leave it to chance. So, what ultimately ends up happening in the scene is that Mel and the other counselor agree, hey, we go to war down in Zon, but we don't use Hextech, and that's the back and forth that ends up happening. There's actually, I think, with all your problems acknowledged, if when we get to those, outside of those, I think it's a well-directed, well-done scene.
I do not deny that.
What? Okay, yeah.
I do not deny that.
The,
Like the direction, the staging for things, outside of a few instances and outside of some dialogue, but that's for later. Overall, nothing wrong with this, but there is a glaring omission and plot point that needs to be addressed, but they simply do not. This is what I meant with rushing causing a lot of problems. There's a clear story and goal that they're going towards. Props to them for sticking with their vision and everything like that. But because they are going so fast, they are neglecting a lot of different plot points and interactions that we both need to see / we don't see at all.
Okay, well, I'm going to push back now on the Jace thing.
Mm-hmm. Feel free.
I do not think Jace is anywhere near his right mind in order to actually serve as counselor. Like, I know he says he's going to abstain, and I know that that is a statement he makes later on. And I understand that he hasn't abstained yet, but I think there can also be the recognition Jace, like, I don't think Jace cares. I think Jace right now, he is so wrapped up. Remember what he says in that later scene, which is I recognize where my place is. I realized where it is. It's here with you. We also don't know exactly the time span that passes. We get that he was in a rush, but I don't know. Any amount of time could really have passed. We don't know what kind of care he was giving to Victor during that time. He's not entirely sure what's going on. He wants to monitor him 24/7.
Yes. Correct.
I think there could have been an acknowledgement. I don't deny that maybe a phrase or something to acknowledge that him being absent would have been wise. I don't know if it was explicitly necessary, because you also had Caitlyn there basically making the same argument that Jace would have made. I know that he had a vote, but I kind of also got the feeling that this was going to happen regardless. The war was going to happen.
One last
the war.
thing.
No, let others speak.
Yeah, I'm my apologies.
Kaiser?
I was going to say that the last factor, I guess, in Raymond's corner, if I were to say that, I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm pretty sure that right before the 9/11 happened last season, freaking Jace, when Jace was discussing with the council the idea of giving Zon sovereignty, I'm pretty sure he even said right before we cut from them, the rest of the council yelling at him, that he was going to resign.
Okay.
Did anyone else remember that?
I don't
No,
remember
pretty
that
sure
off the
that
top of my
happened.
head.
So
At the same time, I'm going to flip on this as well. Not flip. Sorry. This reminds me though, he would obviously not at all be liked by the remaining councilmen. I don't know if his word even has weight anymore, considering they were about to give the sovereignty, and he was the one pushing that initiative, and they ended up with all of them being blown to pieces. I don't know if they might have just forcibly expelled him at that point.
correct. However, it always comes back to the simple line of I'm going to resign from the council. He is still, as of this moment, a member of the council, and because of that, there's no formal recognition of it. And because of that, there is a there's a 2-to-1 vote happening without a sitting council member right now, and that's
Okay, but like I think that even if he is still technically a council member, you can't force him to be there when his priorities are elsewhere, namely Victor and his survival. So like you have to take into account what the character wants. You can't always you can't always focus on what is best for the plot or what is the most logical thing, because that's not how things always go. When a character is panicked, they're going to choose maybe not the most logical option. And especially because he said that he was going to resign, that's being political and stuff is the last thing on his mind, because he was never being a politician was never his strong point his strong suit in the first place.
That is correct, and to that end, I fully agree with you. In the instance where Jace is rushing over and getting Victor, perfectly fine. He's all that crazy stuff, and him being healed up. That's a decision made and rushed and everything else like that. We also don't know how much time it is. Salio's legs got crushed, and is this a day after? Is this several days after? The time. This is where I'm going with the rushness, because we don't have.
All right, I'm gonna. Arcane has always played it fast and loose with time.
Can I?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, my finished point with it is that this could be a day, it could be a week, it could be whatever, but has Jace been with Victor and been unable to leave his side for days/weeks? And more than that, by the way, we go back to the simple problem of yes, logical, that's the most people don't take the most important thing, but Mel outright says later, we won't let them ruin your dream of making hex tech. In this scene, they are making a vote on what to do with hex tech weaponry. That is something that Jace would be privy to / would care about, would he not? Because that is his and Victor's dream.
We see, when we get back to him, we see the man doesn't seem to have slept, and I don't think it's been more than 2 or 3 days. I would imagine this meeting happened really fucking quickly. So
I was about to say, and they can probably argue that, okay, Jace isn't even in his right mind at this point, so why bother bringing him into this?
I will say,
fair.
I can level at the very least. There should have been at least a throwaway line addressing that, is that he's abstained. He's not his like Caitlyn or someone saying Jace sent me to say he's abstained from any kind of interaction here. He's not in his right mind, or even get out early that he's going to resign. Or you could have had that.
Or even a throwaway line on the other side of the other characters wanting to push this vote even without Jace, because it would be disadvantageous. Disadvantage for them to have him there.
100%.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Who in this room has the integrity to not just straight up exclude someone who's disadvantageous to their own interests?
Or
could
you have this scene after that scene where he mentions he's going to resign? No, because he gets out next episode, doesn't he? That's when he mentions it.
Yeah, it
Damn
does.
it.
Yeah, well, the thing that it always comes down to the fact is it feels weird / they're making all these decisions, but it all comes down to the simple fact that they need Jace on board. If Jace is not on board, they're kind of shit out of luck, because Jace is the only one currently conscious enough to make hex tech weaponry or do anything.
I think, I mean, based on the arguments, I think there's enough plausible deniability as to what's going on here, but I can also recognize it would have been tighter had they acknowledged it in some way, shape, or form.
I mean, do you not think that like the full weight of the council could force Jace's hand?
Yes, actually. Yes, actually,
Also-
I 100% think that
When
Jace
they were
would
just
stand
blown
by-
up by a hex tech weapon.
Yes.
That's okay. But even regarding that, I'm also going to give a tiny bit of leeway with the fact that between the time skip of Act 1 and Act 2 in Season 1, it's been at least like 8 years. I'm pretty sure they have other scientists and engineers and people that maybe aren't as good at making hex tech as Jace and Victor, but are at least somewhat competent to get things
Well,
working.
no, actually, we
About
see
that.
we do see that later. Actually,
Mhm.
we'll
Alright.
get to that.
But yeah, it's fine.
The other, the point to it is more the vote, more is the actual legal precedent. I don't think actually much would have changed if I'm thinking about it logically. I don't think he would have actually disagreed going to war. I think, but I think he would have held off on, the hex tech stuff. And in fact, if Mel lost on the hex tech vote, I have no doubt she would have gone down to Jace. But she clearly won what she wanted right out of the way. I think it's like, okay, we kind of have to go to war. We have to make a military move. We have to respond, but we can't use hex tech. So I think it doesn't matter as much in the long run, but I can acknowledge that it is a blip of a problem that's worthy recognizing.
Fair enough.
Yep.
I can agree to that.
All right, so we go through.
Again,
this
I'm not
scene.
here to yuck you out.
Oh yeah, no. I find that you raised the point that I hadn't even thought about, and I think that's very interesting.
And it's fun to like parse the conversation out and get us to a point where we can all roughly agree.
Yeah, I mean, and I also got, by the way, to everyone listening in chat, I love these guys. I am not trying to be evil or anything like that. I am never gonna get angry.
no.
with
I was
people,
gonna
so
say,
don't
like,
worry.
we've been subjecting this poor guy to fucking unicorns of Balinor. All right, look, we're having a good time here.
No,
Oh,
Raymond,
yeah.
no, Raymond. This is the stream where I Know Nothing becomes the doomer politics of the Team Jack podcast.
I know nothing turns into I know everything.
Well, you see,
I've been watching cartoons for over 40 years. What the fuck?
wait, I'll say, like, we need evil. I know nothing. Who's correct?
For those
Wants
who-
to yuck people's
Oh,
scum.
who was that, Kaiser? Who was that guy?
No,
who-
that was Doomer Politics. That's the
That's
guy.
correct.
Oh, was that Doomer
That's
Politics? Oh
Yes.
God. Okay, sorry. I thought it was like a general term, the Doomer No, it was actually a guy named.
No, the guy from EFAP that
Yeah,
just
that had a
went
meltdown on
years
stream
ago.
after getting drunk. That was bizarre, man.
God, I know nothing. You're 40. No, I am not.
Oh, I think the guy said 30 years, not 40. My mistake.
Oh my God.
Yeah. No, we're drinking 40 proof.
But anyway,
But yeah, so basically the decision is decided. We're going to war. And it's like, Mbessa is like the one that's silently encouraging, not even silently, openly encouraging Salo to do it. But Mel, when she hammers down, hey, no hex tech, and she smugly says, 2-1, which is a good line. You can tell Mbessa ain't freaking happy. She really
No.
want that hex tech in play. Hex tech in play.
heck tech.
And this is interesting. She gives a look over to Rictus, I believe his name is, and he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna head out." Which you can, for what we know now, he's heading out to go see a certain someone, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Ya boy Rictus.
So this is an interesting moment that I thought was kind of strange. The more I thought about it after the reaction, why did they have Sallow getting like he's getting rained on. And me, Fat Man, were just laughing it up about like guys, can you roll me back up the someone get me, I'm getting wet. Help. But this actually gets mirrored in a line that Echo says in episode 3 about it's something about how when it rains, it's only the undersiders that get wet. Something like that. And the idea is that this is the first time that an uppersider has actually gotten rained on. Like that's kind
And
of
also-
symbolically.
And also in this particular shot, it's you can't really see it in the stream, but if you look around there's an edge where Mel's protection is.
Yes, you can tell. Like
I did not notice that. Holy
Yeah, because
shit.
there's like cracks around the like concrete and stone and everything where like the full brunt of the explosion happened. But other than that,
yeah, and it actually
It's a
makes
nice
lot of
little
sense.
detail.
That's a nice shot.
I like things this season,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, and of course, it has the beautiful symbolism of how fractured everything is, which will come back at the end of the season with the nature of when we get the kintsugi table that's been repaired using gold, like gold leaf or whatever.
Symbolism.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
boy.
well, it goes towards the whole idea of there's that whole theme of imperfections are beautiful, and Kaiser's dead again, as his imperfection entails.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes imperfections are beautiful, but then sometimes imperfections are just too much for us, and then
We'll
we
just-
die.
We'll just replace Kaiser with gold. It's fine.
just get one of the like limited edition gold statues of Kaiser.
I was gonna say like a gold like kintsugi Mega Man would actually be really dope.
That would be pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Let's give him a moment to get back here.
It's the
Mhm.
it's the gold Mega Man amiibo, but gold Mega Kaiser amiibo.
Okay, this time I can blame Raymond because Discord died the moment that he said imperfections.
There it is. Get that back. Come
Beautiful.
Come on. There we go. All right, everything's back to where it should be. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So then we pick up. At the Kiraman household, and it's one of those things after a funeral you actually don't see in a lot of media of Caitlyn reading all of the condolences, I imagine. Admittedly, it's hard to tell because the people in this universe write, I imagine, in is it Greg shorthand or whatever it's called? Gerald
Cursive.
No, this is not cursive. This is like Dr. Scribble, which is I think it's called like Greg shorthand.
Yeah.
Which I mean, it's good at a glance, but I find it just amusing. I was confused by this. Is this the Enforcers? This black letter? Is this from the Enforcers?
I've got no idea.
I wonder if that symbol is from them or not, because I was like, why is this particular letter so important?
She tosses out a letter with Sallow's seal on it, apparently.
Oh, does she?
Yeah. Oh, memorial invitation. That makes sense.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's is that Sallow's seal, the anchor?
I mean, he's kind of getting brought down by gravity these days.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that's the memorial invitation, which I don't know if that's ever really made clear to us that's what this is, but because I did not know what was going on here. I thought we would just be told.
Whenever I saw her unseal the envelope, I was like, no, don't do it right in front of your tea. You're gonna get it in there.
Yeah. Look, maybe she likes very waxy tea. It adds that nice creamy smoothness that goes down once it's
Yeah, really get stuck in your teeth.
It makes it like coats your throat so you have a clear passageway.
Oh my god.
I find it very amusing that the only things that I really have to comment on are like just these little details. It's like, no, don't do it right in front of your tea, or no, not in this location, or oh, look at that little thing right over there in the corner.
Okay, so the special badges show up at the memorial, and that's indicative of when Rictus like later gives an invitation, and everyone shows up to the whatchamacallits. Okay, that makes sense.
Mm.
Yep.
You see,
Yeah.
here's the things that you miss on your first time through, guys. It's like those little details that add up, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
God, her dad just... It is amazing how dead inside you can just create a person visually.
Yeah.
100%. Like, he is just out of it. Like, and he was the first guy to always like say, "Hey, well, let's have some tea in the first season." And he's just not. He is not fucking feeling it. This is like Iroh giving up.
Oh God, damn, yeah.
Ooh, man.
That's actually probably not that bad.
Ugh.
Like, I can imagine Iroh was around this age when he lost his son.
Mm-hmm.
So, I love Caitlyn wrestling with her guilt for the entire season, on that she had the shot, she could have saved her mom, and she didn't take it. And she's basically trying to confide in her father. And I'm not entirely sure. You can tell he accepts it. Like, it's like, okay, I understand. I get it. We're both going through this. And really, it's not your fault. You're not to blame, I don't think. And he hands over the Kiraman key, which is, it's the miniature version of the Da Vinci Code. And she doesn't deserve it. You know, she's feeling like more and more like, I'm not really deserving of this. It's my fault all this happened. And he's just like, do I look like I'm in a good space now? No, I'm not. I do love the little mechanism of this thing, though. It is one of those elements that's introduced this season that's a little like weird to me. I guess we'll get to it when we finally see what it does. It's a neat contraption, but it's also sort of like that's wild.
That key is the source of a long discussion eventually.
Oh, goody.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So then after that, she finally... Oh, sorry. After that, we see that Vi is still just kind of hanging out.
Final thing with the scene, if I may. A cool thing. The like Caitlyn and her father are sitting across... I got this from Mongo. They're sitting across from the mom's chair. They're not sitting in it.
Yeah, no, that's where they sat in season 1, isn't it? Where he was pushing her up when she got like the shrapnel in her leg and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so much care in this setting, or in a lot of this writing, which is why when I Know Nothing inevitably comes in and says that something is bad or has problems, it's surprising.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of surprised that her dad hates so much on Vi, but I can kind of get it. Like,
I mean, it's very understandable. One, just lost his wife. Two, he knows explicitly that this is a Undersider, and an Undersider just nuked his wife. So,
well, he also, I think, knows that it was her sister. I'm pretty sure that's known.
That too, yeah.
So it
is, yes.
Yeah.
That same Undersider that...
Though, I mean, like, I would also be like, Dad, she was kidnapped too. Like, she tried to stop this too. Like, I would actually have a lot of sympathy for a person that had to fight their sibling to save someone's life.
What? She didn't have the shot, Dad. Leave her alone.
Yeah, she punches. She didn't have the opening.
You can only you can only hit within 5 feet of your square. Come on, man.
I can still get his frustration though, because like he's not really a character in the series. Like he is, but like he's not an important one, so he doesn't get character development really. So it's like he still has ultimately the Piltover view of the us versus them mentality sort of thing. especially in the wake of what had happened.
Do people know that
Yeah,
publicly
I get
that
it.
Vi is
Probably-
related to Jinx? I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
I would-
pretty sure that's confirmed later that they are directly related.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure the people that are in the know are in the know, like the higher ups, the people that are doing those things. But like the general populace, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
not entirely. No,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, I don't think so.
it's too. There's too much degrees of separation after a powder became Jinx and all that craziness.
Yeah, I don't know how many people would care at that point, other than just, I guess, throwing eggs at Vi.
Which
Yeah.
I mean, nah.
She's already. No, I'm not gonna make that joke. Not gonna make that joke. Tempted to make that joke. Not gonna make that joke. So
What? She's gonna go try to find Jinx's hiding place from season 1 in the bathroom.
Alrighty. Anyway.
I know. No, mine was way more inappropriate. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
So yes.
Fat Man spoke now so that Raymond could forever hold his peace.
Fantastic.
Dang.
So, yes, we have the first solo scene between Caitlyn and Vi, which is basically Caitlyn finally breaking down over her mother's death after holding what seems to be a very stoic, face over it all, and they hug it out. They hug it out real nice. Which I will reiterate that one of my chief complaints. Not complaints, one of my soft complaints, I suppose, but I guess considering how few I had with the original season of Arcane, I thought the relationship between Vi and Caitlyn, especially going towards a romantic direction, was really fast. I thought it was like blitzkrieg fast. Only a couple of days, and they're making goo-goo eyes over each other. It was a little off, especially. There's that scene where Vi goes her separate ways in season 1 that I thought was really melodramatic for someone that you've known for like a grand total of 3 days, or I don't know, maybe 3 weeks. That's the weird time frame that I have in Arcane season 1. But like I thought it was a little weird. I think they actually do a lot of heavy lifting with, especially how they do certain time jumps in Arcane season 2. To make me believe that the more romantic element of their relationship going into season 2, but I'll wait for I Know Nothing to say that I'm wrong.
I have thoughts on it. It's just I'll say, but we'll move on. We'll get there when we get to the big moment.
So, yes,
That is one thing. It's the classic end of Act 2 falling out. Every show's got to have it like clockwork.
Well,
Yeah,
I was gonna say
DreamWorks movie.
Well, but it was the end of Act 1 falling out in this circumstance.
Yeah, in this season, which
sorry, in season 2, yeah, right. Sorry, in season 1. Sorry,
Yeah.
brain all over the place with numbers.
But we'll get to that.
So this is Vi acknowledging that Powder is gone. There is only Jinx. Powder is dead. Long live Jinx. And she's like, I'm gonna go do this myself. Look, you cap it on someone, they fall in love instantly. It works all the time. Josh,
I mean,
you're not wrong.
I literally talked about because you do have people in real life that fall in love very, very quickly. But in a lot of media, like we talk about slow burn all the time, but there is also the fast burn stories.
100%.
I talked about one of the fast burn stories earlier, Mystic Messenger. You fall in love with somebody within like 5 days, and then the rest of the story is you trying to navigate through the relationship while also going through a really hectic plot line.
Yeah, you're trying to escape a cult.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
Because I just got finished Ray's route. Woo! A lot of psychological abuse.
enjoy.
Let's
But,
go.
But yeah,
sorry.
to
The
finish
best
out,
kind.
I just want to describe the scene and we can get into any of
Go for
the issues here. So basically, Vi's like, I'll do this myself. We'll get Jace to repair the gauntlets, and I'll go out on my own. And Caitlyn's like, no more reckless plans. My mother was right. My arrogance led me to take more than I could handle. and she paid the price. And basically, Caitlyn's like, everyone's going into Zon. We're all these enforcers, we're going into Zon to capture Jinx, which I gotta clarify from earlier. It's not that they're going down into Zon to capture all the people associated with Silco. They're going down there specifically to get Jinx. Like they're sending basically an army down for one person. That's the goal. And this is what, kind of alarms Vi, and Caitlyn's like, I'm going with them. Vi's like, I gotta go, and Caitlyn's like, okay, you can go, but you have to wear a badge. Here's your badge and your gun. All right, now give me your badge and your gun. So yeah, immediately this has the logical reaction of Vi being like, oh God, no. I don't do the cop thing. I was a part of BLM, and this just looks bad. It looks bad, right?
God damn it! I was thinking of that.
Look, I was gonna make more topical jokes, but no, I feel like that's going down the wrong route. You can show not support as a Zonite that doesn't support Jinx, and we can show them how things are done together. And of course, Vi just does not react well to any of this, and she's like, "You've just asked me to join the Nazis." Effectively, it's like by her mindset. Maybe not quite that strong, but it's close to it. Like she hates the enforcers that much, and it really hurts Kate that she doesn't trust her. And then Vi says, "You didn't think at all," which, God, Vi, you sometimes sound like I do when having emotional arguments. We've all been there when we say a dramatic line that sounds good, like dramatically, but then afterwards, like, fuck, no, that just made things so much worse.
I also have that, but my instinctual reaction for when I'm in a fight and I can't handle it is saying I don't care.
Yeah. Which, hey, that can hurt too. That actually can hurt a lot more sometimes. Because remember, the opposite of love is anger, is hatred, not apathy.
No.
Apathy is the one that's like, oh, fuck.
I thought it was death.
No, that's the opposite of taxes.
Yeah.
No, the opposite of love is apathy, because hatred is on the same side as love.
Right. Okay,
You
sorry.
got that mixed
yeah,
up.
I got it mixed up.
But no, there's two things in particular for this scene. One, Vi says there's no powder, there's just Jinx. Let's put a pin in that, shall we?
Okay. You have a lot of pins right now, and we're only like 10 minutes in.
I have a feeling.
There's a lot of pins.
It's okay. He's a book. He can double as a pin cushion.
Yeah, you can bookmark these things, right?
I'm throwing this out there. I have about 25 pages of notes on things that I think are
Oh
wrong with
my
this season.
God!
What the fuck?
Did you watch the show, or did you document the show?
Yes. But
I say,
the
having
second
taken
one,
notes on a 2.5-hour fucking
I was gonna say,
My Hero
first
video.
off, I was gonna say, dude, I've seen your notes for My Hero Academia. Don't give me that shit.
Yeah, same here.
Second,
But I have a very strong feeling where you're gonna go with this pin.
but
I didn't have time to analyze Arcane. So I mean, I'm in this podcast, but I do feel very unequipped to like properly talk about it in an analytical fashion.
you're
Mainly
in this podcast, but we did not give you the rank of speaker.
I mean, you say that, but the person that's spoken the least is Fatman.
No, yeah, I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here.
He's just-
Ow, ow, ow.
Pipe up when I have something to say.
Ow.
He's just
So-
vibing.
Well, like,
just vibing.
I've mostly so far been talking about like writing and stuff. So that's been my only contribution to it, is
great.
like taking it from a writer's perspective.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
It's a great perspective to have.
Yeah.
The poor trees, 100%. I destroyed them all for my pages. But
But yeah, we should like let Fat Man speak a little
Well,
bit more.
he says he chimes in when he
because-
has a thought. I think.
Yeah.
I do feel bad taking up all the oxygen, so I do apologize for that.
Yeah, I understand how trying to shuffle 5 people giving their 2 cents, it's.
But
You're a
that's
tree.
just
You should
10
be
cents.
giving us oxygen, not taking it away.
what is your second take here?
This is something that I might have missed / might have misremembered because, well, does Caitlyn know what Vi's relationship to the Enforcers is?
I mean, she
That's a good
says that
question.
she saw the Enforcers kill her parents. Or are you talking like the
Yeah.
I'm
No,
pretty...
that one right there.
Yeah,
So
I'm
throwing this
They
out
had that
there.
whole conversation.
Yeah, but so just throwing this out there, like when Vi says like Caitlyn didn't think of all 100%, like again, handing the badge, Caitlyn would probably know the exact reaction that would spark. Why would she try that?
I
think it still
she does say
I think
that.
it still could have worked, but it still could have worked, but she should have massaged it a little bit better.
100%.
Yeah.
It is so rushed and blunt that it feels off to me.
I think in the moment, I think she saw a moment where like they were kind of vibing on the same wavelength, and she found like maybe she'll be pliant. I think maybe she'll be open to this idea, and it's just like, well, and I don't think she didn't expect it, because I remember her talking to Jace later and being like, I offered the badge to Vi, went about as well as you expected, and it's like, yeah, well, I had to try. Like she kind of had that mentality of like, I want her there, but I kind of knew this wasn't going to ever work.
I guess, but at the same time, Vi was perfectly fine jumping on board the strike team that Jace led, and the circumstances around that.
But she wasn't an official enforcer. Like, this is a different circumstance where, like, because as I understand it, that raid wasn't like sanctioned, really. It was Jace like leading the troops under his own authority, as opposed to what this is, which is an official action on part of Piltover's ruling class, which I think is a different mechanical level.
Yeah. Although, go ahead.
No, you first. I misspoke.
That's all right. I think a factor. I think a very strong factor.
Like today's sponsor. I'm kidding. Oh, if only we had sponsors. If only.
Oh my god.
Oh my. If only.
Amazing.
Jesus. But a factor in Caitlyn's decision making, which I'm gonna go over in a future video, so stay tuned, folks. Is the fact that she knows that the council is going to like move forward with having the enforcers down in Zaun to find Jinx no matter what. So she's probably thinking another factor that's in her mind is that like, okay, Vi is definitely going to gun down there no matter what I say. I would at least want to try to get her on the safe side because I'm on a timetable right now.
Mm-hmm.
Factor there.
I could 100% agree with that if it was brought up and implied in any way whatsoever. It's these moments are big, they're emotional, they're great, but it's boom, 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 boom. There's not enough time to marinate and get the full conversation out. Like if
would that more so then reflect poorly on Arcane season 1 then? Because
in what way?
Vi is the one that suggests going down into the underground, and she willingly fought alongside the enforcers, no problem. Why is she having a problem now if it's just a matter of wearing the badge?
That is another thing that I was about to bring up. Thank you for bringing it up for me. I appreciate it.
Well, I think this is the point of, like, it is the badge that is important. I think that is it.
Mm-hmm.
It's how she's gonna be seen by the people that she's lived alongside.
100%. But
I think there's also maybe an element there about rules, but I don't know if anyone really gives a shit about rules. And like
Probably not.
I mean, I don't think Vi would have ever cared about rules, especially when we see what them committing war crimes in episodes 2 and 3.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
I think this is a good scene. I can acknowledge your points, but I don't see them myself.
That's perfectly fair. I'm just keeping that pin.
Okay, all right. Just, pin cushion McGee over here.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Actually, it would be great.
Like I said, he's not a book; he's a pin cushion right now.
It would be great if, like, as you keep adding pins, we just keep putting pins on your model.
God, I would love that so much.
All right, so then Vi walks away, and we start hearing frickin' Gary Jules singing, "All around me are familiar places, worn out places." Now,
No, I thought they were gonna play that one song from Shrek 2, where it's like, "Du, du, du, du."
you mean somebody once told me.
Shut the fuck up.
That was Shrek 1.
So, oh, sorry. You're right. I need a hero.
There we go.
So,
The
What Arcane was
version.
really missing was the Shrek 2 soundtrack.
okay, someone needs to make that edit. Smaller Soul, get on it. Get on it. Arcane season 2, but just the Shrek 2. Okay, season 1 is Shrek 1 soundtrack. Season 2 is Shrek 2's. Got it. So,
There we
this begins probably one of the weakest elements of season 2. Not necessarily Vi being down in the dumps and getting drunk under a bridge, which, you know what, perfectly in character, I would find, about her being pissy, running away. Her dramatically walking away into the rain, perfectly in character from season 1.
In the rain.
What's less so is, well, we learn later his name is Loris.
Uh-huh.
And, this begins an interesting conundrum where they introduced 3 characters to us this episode that we kind of think are going to be important, and they sort of are important, but they're not really fleshed out. They're more like cogs in the machine with personality than they are characters, if that makes any sense to people.
100%.
I know exactly what you mean.
There was
One of the
something
few
Twilight
things
said
I'm very-
earlier. There was something Twilight said earlier about the dad, like, you know, not being one of the main characters, and that's something that I was trying to do a character tier list, and then I realized that so many of the people on the character tier list are just kind of there. So it's like not really fair to judge them against the, like, you know, the quote unquote like actual characters. And it's just like, yeah, you know, that is like most of the people in this show.
Well, then you would like have a sub tier list then.
So,
Also,
the-
both Kaiser and Twy are down.
oh dang.
Oh,
Oh shit. But I guess we can wait, or like I can bring up my particular point, because when I was going to go into this scene with asking the panel what's his name, and I'm throwing this out there. Unless you look at the credits, I don't think his name is said until episode 8.
It is not. I'm almost absolutely certain on that. It's not until Vi wakes up in Caitlyn's bedroom.
Yep. So it's just throwing this out there. One character we don't know the name of, another character who has no speaking lines, and another character who had effectively 2 scenes worth of screen time are part of the 5-man major strike team to take out Jinx.
Yep. Well, they are, and then they're not.
Yeah.
Correct. Which
It's a
Yeah.
really it really feels like characters that probably could have been cut or reordered or something. Loris of all of them gets the most focus. And like here's the thing. I like all the characters. I actually like all of them. It's just sort of
Sure.
weird that they don't get all that much focus that you would think that you would expect, really.
No, they
I think
Love fish hair man.
yeah, the easy comparison that I have is, despite not seeing them for a long time, I still remember Milo and Clagger and their contributions to the first
is
3
true.
episodes, where
Oh my
we
God.
have pretty similar,
Jeez.
like, oop,
Are you back?
you're live?
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, my grandpa was a boomer.
Oh no!
Did he boomer all over the place?
Yeah, D boomer me too.
Christ, there's a
Yeah,
Yeah,
I-
it's
I-
why
the
it's
exact
why
same
Kaiser
time.
went down at the exact same time you did, and your stream's
Oh,
still up.
jeez.
I guess it just speaks to the Rust nature and the personal, where I see the quality overall. Like Milo and Clagger, full characters, development, and everything else like that. Most of the strike team that is about to take on one of the major villains of the series so far, most of them, like, again, one of them isn't named on screen until episode 8.
Yeah, they serve a role. Like, people are bringing up Benzo. I think Benzo is probably a
Right.
better of an equivalent.
Oh, 100%.
But like, okay, they have the impact of Milo and Clagger, but they have the screen time and like effective like character development of
effective
Benzo.
presence.
It's really strange. It's a really bizarre way to handle these characters that everyone was kind of hyping up. Everyone thought these were going to be like new,
Right.
fully fleshed out characters. And again, it's not like they're lacking character or interesting facets to them. I think Loris is actually, for what it said, he actually has quite a distinct personality. I think they all do. Well, except Fish Guy. Fish Guy's just kind of there.
Unfortunately.
What the hell is
Unfortunately.
Fish Guy?
He's a Klingon.
I don't think we ever learned his name.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
At the very least, like Loris and Maddie, though, like we're on top of them.
Are
It
we?
is.
Well, I mean, if you're Kate, anyway.
You mean fucking hell?
Spoiler.
Oh, what I love is that your laugh's not coming through, so I just see this lobster jumping up and down.
Oh god, my laugh isn't coming through. That's that's a shame.
Yeah, it's such a weird series of choices, and I can't
Yeah.
really elaborate more on that because it's not really, there's nothing to
I
grab
think-
onto. If you guys
So-
want to talk about it,
I
I'm gonna use
might
the
a
rest.
tiny bit. Okay, fair enough. I think I might a little bit because I've been seeing a lot of discussion of this on Twitter, especially, that I kind of threw a little bit of my hat into. Especially if you check out YouTuber Shady Durag's Twitter, who's been all over this stuff. And he brought up a very good point in regards to this. I've always had it in my head in regards to side characters. There's a difference between character development, characterization, and character establishment. Character establishment is like the cinematic language from like directing and visual storytelling, and even just the amount of like time the scene hangs on a specific character that tells you, okay, this guy is going to be important. The issue I think people are having with these 3 new characters is that they had the cinematic language that these guys are going to be at least somewhat relevant much more consistently throughout the story, but when they ended up not being so, it kind of feels like you're getting cheated, if that
It's-
makes any sense.
It comes across as honestly character bloat overall. If that makes
Yeah,
if that makes sense. Like, they are functionally not
Yeah, they
overly needed.
function.
You know what the
Yeah.
irony
Yeah,
of that
they-
is? Like, when you say character bloat, is like my mind immediately goes to Ruby, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, yeah, but like these are actual characters. Like for all my
at least they
problems, even
function.
Fish Guy stands above almost every single freaking main character in Ruby.
Which is so fucking
He's at least
nice.
consistent.
I mean,
Hey,
would
doesn't
you
sewer
have
slide bait you?
actually preferred if these guys were nobodies? You know, like in the final episode when they have like I don't know, the guy who tries to throw the grenade and gets shot. Like,
Yes.
would you have actually preferred it if these 3 were on that level, like
Is that
I
directed
don't,
at me or
I mean, or anybody really, like.
No, I don't know.
Is
I
the
would
fact that they're like 10% characters worse than if they were like 0% characters?
I think it's more about the direction than it is about them being characters or not.
That's what
yeah,
I mean.
they
I think Kaiser was on the nail with that one.
yeah, there's all the potential in the world, and with the direction, great, fantastic. The writing doesn't support the direction they're given.
Yeah, which is a kind of problem that you often see, especially in a lot of shonen anime. Especially.
Yeah. I mean, what galls me about this is I don't think they're strictly speaking bad. I actually quite like these three. And of course, we'll be introduced to the other two shortly. But it's weird. It sticks out as like it's just a weird. Why did you guys not give them more time to do something or build them up? Like, give us a night out with Vi and Loris. We don't really know. We do see his actions later, and that helps define him and round him out. But
well, he was there. Like, I mean, it was a montage, but he was there with her throughout her whole boxing stint.
Yeah, like we get actually quite a bit of Loris, but like we never sit down and like talk with him. And I know we don't necessarily need the characters to talk, but it's like, and I do
that is
like
the thing that you're complaining about. Ultimately,
that is actually something.
What I mean is like we don't need characters to talk, but we need to like see them interacting in a way that like it goes beyond a montage. I can't really eloquate it much better than that right now. It's like I need to actually see scenes of them together doing things.
Well, you don't have scenes of them doing things together. You have musical montages.
Yeah. Says, "Oh
like,
God,
waking up
almost...
from a night out drinking on the sidewalk is a thing."
Yeah.
He's just like, "Oh God, I just realized we're almost 2 hours in and we've only gotten through half of episode 1." We haven't gotten half through episode 1. We're not even half of the way.
Yeah, we're not even there.
No, my friend.
Admittedly,
we're probably going to be talking about this show on JYCT until the end of the year.
Yeah,
at the rate that we're going.
So basically, the implication there is Vi is getting drunk with this guy, and now we pick up with Victor. Victor and Jace. With what was our joke, Fat Man? We put him in the goon.
We put him in the goon cave.
The goon cave. We put him in the goon cave.
No, the goon square.
The goon cube.
Get in the goon closet.
The goon cube.
Oh my God.
Same as before, breathing. And we get Mel coming in here to check up on Jace and Victor. And I know everyone ships Jace and Victor together. I know the director came out and said they have the strongest bromance possible. And I appreciate how much I think Mel... Because remember how pissed she got that Jace wasn't there when she woke up after they slept together?
Yeah.
And then like she learned that Victor doesn't have many days, doesn't have much time left. And she's like immediately like calming. She's walking in here and it's clear that the first thing she says to Jace is to ask him how Victor is, because she knows that's what Jace really cares about right now. And I like seeing that Jace and Mel really have a nice understanding of one another. And that's
the fastest way to a man's heart is through his boyfriend.
Oh damn, I was going about it the wrong way the whole time.
I'm head out.
Wait.
What does that even mean, Dwight?
Dude,
I've been going for the stomach the whole time. Now I'm told differently.
Also, in the reverse, in the reverse, does that mean I have to go through the girl's girlfriend?
No, sorry, girls don't work that way. We're too tight of a pack.
We haven't cracked the code on that one yet.
I was gonna say no. You have to go through like the traveling horde that gets up to go to the bathroom together.
Got you.
Still don't understand why that's like a thing among women. And you
just
can't
gotta
tell
get
me it's not.
invited.
It is a thing. I've observed it personally.
You're being so toxic right now.
But yeah, no, so I do find it interesting that we get a more of a building hint towards Mel, and that the goon cave here reacts to her presence walking close to it. And we made jokes about it all, of course, but like it is the Arcane, I think, reaching out to her, which I think is a nice touch.
Do we ever see it not react to like Jace or like anybody else?
No one ever gets close enough to it.
Yeah.
No one's about to touch it. So Mel, honey, why are you reaching a hand towards it? When I see a like super spicy goon cave holding a man together and keeping him alive, I ain't touching that shit.
I'm not gonna lie. I might be the kind of crazy person that'd be like, that. What is that texture? What is that?
So you're gonna die in every horror movie ever,
Dude, I've almost lost my hand because of my curiosity. All right, it's fine.
So
I recognize
remember
this.
that.
I got my
You walk
scars.
into a kitchen, you gotta taste the sauce.
oh my god,
One of those just Ramsay spoons, like ow.
No, it was an elevator. But yeah,
He's
so
gonna get like a cotton swab and just fish around that bitch.
look. Normally, I actually have very good self-preservation instincts, but sometimes I just roll a nat 1, and it just happens that my self-control vanishes. But yeah, so this is like Jace and Mel. Jace being like, I don't know what's keeping him alive. I've run over it a dozen times. I don't know what's happening here. Celtic would eat the glow stuff in the mines. No. I draw my line at eating things. All right, that's like I'm not gonna just eat something randomly off a fucking wall.
but you're gonna
Unlike
touch it.
Twilight, who eats
I will
books,
touch it
apparently.
probably though, probably with a stick.
Unlike Twilight, who eats books she doesn't like, apparently.
Wait, no,
Look,
sorry. Come on,
no.
come on.
I don't eat books that I don't like because I'll get a stomach ache. It has to have some level of quality. Like, I'm not going to eat Twilight because I'm gonna end up in the hospital.
Because
Also, that'd be cannibalism.
Damn it!
Ah, Jinx! Roll me a soda, bitch!
Jinx! Oh fuck! Oh damn! Oh.
Like,
But yeah.
Same
go. If I don't love it, I don't swallow.
Aw.
Honey, I don't swallow.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What book do you think would be fatal if you ate 365 days?
Oh.
I can. Yeah, that makes sense. You absorb all the baby gear.
So yeah, it's Jace being like, man, Victor would have loved trying to solve this puzzle, but and of course Jace feeling survivor's guilt, it should have been him, and Mel trying to just reassure him and try and keep him stable, and of course Jace acknowledging, how did we survive? How did we come out unscathed? And Mel is like, Mel is here. She's starting to actually suspect what's happening, but she says so later. There's no sense to these things, Jace, which I find weird. If I were her, I'd be like, I don't know. Did you see my body glow? I felt like something glowed. Did you notice anything weird about me when that struck? I know a lot was happening at once.
Support ultimates, man.
But no, she says there's no sense to these things. Things don't add up. Things are fucked up. How'd it go with the council? And she's like, my mother's entered the game. So he's at least still interested about the council, I guess.
You guess?
I mean, he's obviously not there. So maybe there's more in this scene that needs analysis. Got her hooks in Sallow, using his grief to make play for Hextech. And he's like, I promise Victor never again. And it's all right. I handled it. I won't let them corrupt your dream. So I do find this interesting for your argument there, because there's no discussion of why weren't you there. it feels
Mhm.
like there was a decision that was made off screen already related to this that just hasn't been acknowledged.
Correct.
So,
And
yeah.
honestly, I believe that every single one of my problems with season 2 would be solved if we had like another season's worth of time.
Where
just-
would you have cut the season? I'm curious.
Where would I have cut the season? Honestly, Warwick.
Episode 4? The end of episode 4 or end of episode 5?
End of episode 4.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot of stuff that I feel needs to be like progressed, and like there's a lot of conversations that we're skipping over overall. Like, you noted that one right there, which is one of several.
I
Okay.
would say it would, at most, it would probably need like an episode or two, if not another act, if anything.
I would say if you split the season and made it down, I would have probably done it end of episode 5. I think actually
Around that works best, personally.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the reason why is because it gives like this hopeful feeling going into season 3, quote unquote, which would then lead into all the crazy shit like them getting to the commune and such. Anyway,
Sure.
Van Bootlicking made a comment of a hot take: the Warwick arc is unnecessary. Oh, trust you me, I have several things that I will bring to the panel about Warwick.
okay.
Or as I like to call, Vander in a fursuit.
15 hours away from now, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yes.
Listen, Jace, if you see this gigantic glowing box full of goop, do not disturb me.
I mean,
This is
put
just
my
how
roommates
Victor
off.
hangs a sock on the door. Oh my god, I
Scott's
don't
in the
disturb
room.
you when the sock is on your door. Don't disturb me when in my goon box.
God damn it, Pete. What the fuck?
Pete, you
Pete.
turned down showing up on the podcast. Why?
You're a legend, man. Come on.
Ah.
Good stuff.
But yeah, now she's
Oh,
encouraging Jace to go talk with Kate. I almost said Kat. Fuck you.
You're being slowly
The
corrupted.
cat disease.
And we get this like again, beautiful visuals of
Oh my god, I love this.
of
I love
Kate
that garden.
entering Silent Hill and imagining if she's going to imagining her killing Jinx, or at least leading up to that. Like, can she? I imagine this is her like thinking it over and wondering if she has the wherewithal to actually pull the trigger. It was very cool of Team Jack to do a 48-hour stream covering Arcane. We'll see. We'll see. I expected us to get through all of Arc 1. We might only get through episode 1 at this rate.
I mean, because every episode is so dense, you know?
There's so much
very
going
dense,
on.
yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
poetry, it rhymes.
Well,
I mean, there actually is a lot of poetic rhyming that goes on in Arcane.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, Caitlyn theoretically lines up a shot here on, I guess, figurative Jinx. And she's only...
Hypothetically.
Mega Man Shapiro.
Hi, Mega Man Shapiro.
Let's say hypothetically, Dr. Wily were the one going around and converting all of the good robots into bad robots. Well, then, hypothetically, I could go around and shoot up entire factories worth of robots and people in order to stop them.
That's an idea for a short someday. Thanks, Raymond.
Also, I do kind of like how this episode. How did you find me? And just your dad. And it's like, oh, it makes sense. Also, they're wearing
Oh,
the
yeah,
badges
he's
now. The memorial badges. This is
Memorial ones,
before,
yeah.
Mother used to come here when we were. I like this nice little story. Help flesh out their dynamic and the idea that they never argued in this place, so it's a place of solitude for her and her mother.
Mhm.
I also like that they kept in Jace whenever he's kind of feeling awkward. He always tugs at his sleeve. He has that little tick that's always been maintained.
Yeah, that bracelet.
Well, not just the
Yeah,
bracelet. It's always his
he
cuffs.
No, he always goes for the runestone.
His
The runestone is.
The runestone's on its left though, not his right, because he was reaching for the right there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought he always went for his runestone. Oh, that's me.
No, it's just whatever is around his wrist.
Okay.
And of course they're like, you know, like I don't even know if Victor's still in there. I have no idea what the hell's happening to him. And now you've got this beautiful visual of. Smaller Soul broke this down much better than I ever could, but it's all about how when the vents are open, it's like the chaos of the wind and everything's spinning, everything is moving. It's the things that she sees, her dead mother, and then she sees Jinx. And like she feels all this rage, and then the last person that she thinks about is Vi, who, that's when the vents close, and that's when everything stills and calms. And I'm trying to go through this, like, I apologize for stopping and starting, but I'm trying not to get copyright claimed here. And what I like here is Caitlyn is acknowledging how easy it is to hate someone, especially after when you're in grief, when you're in this kind of mindset. She is self-aware of the kind of mindset she is falling into, which I like because she still ends up falling down into it later, despite the barriers that clearly she has in her mind to prevent her from falling down it. It is still a very real possibility to do that, even if you're self-aware about it. And I think it's actually a very valuable lesson to take out of Arcane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially just given the fact that you know, Caitlyn herself is part of law enforcement, obviously. Which I feel like a lot of people in that sort of sector of things can definitely relate to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where she gets I asked her to put on the uniform. Suffice to say, she declined. And Jason's like, Vi, wear a badge? Which, small thing here, how much time has Jace and Vi spent together? I mean, I guess it makes some sense.
It's, they had the one scene in the Forge and then the mission, basically. Outside of that, I sincerely doubt Jace has the overall context to make that claim of, like, Vi, wear a badge.
I think...
Well, I would imagine that he would be able to have like some context clues of she's from Zaun. Maybe Caitlyn had said a thing or two to him because they are good friends. Things like that. Like it's something that we don't technically need to see because it can be implied through the fact that the characters aren't stupid and can understand that there is cultural things going on between their two cities.
You said
and
that
also,
so accusingly.
well, there's an issue.
I didn't mean it like that.
Allow me to introduce my next pin. These characters aren't stupid. How about that? We'll get to that.
God damn it.
They are stupid, but they're also flawed human beings who will potentially not make the best decisions at times.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Periodic Pete says, to be honest,
okay.
I declined because I thought I'd be the only one who didn't like season 2, but I kind of regret that decision. Also, everyone, get Kaiser Shonen to 7K by 2025. I'm going to lose a bet.
Let's
this
go!
is a bribe, by the way. Everyone, please go subscribe to Kaiser Shonen's channel. His link should be down
subscribe to him right now.
in the down in the description. Subscribe to him, but
we're
also
at
leave this tab
6K.
open so we're still getting the views.
Oh yeah, 100%. Also,
Yeah.
give me money.
Periodic Pete, get in here, buddy. It's
No. We'll get you in. We'll get you in when we talk about episode 2 next week.
100%.
Okay, so that might be 100% true because a good chunk of my notes are on the fight that's about to happen at the memorial.
Okay, interesting.
That's surprising.
Can we get a pin counter?
I guess I can. Okay. For now, you keep track of it. And I'll get a pin counter up later.
I have kept track of it, by the way, 100%. And yes, it is 4.
Okay.
That was about to be my guess.
So I think Jace knows enough. It's just kind of weird because it's like, wait, how much do you know about Vi? Like, did you guys? I guess I can imagine they talked like more than what we ended up seeing.
Oh yeah, I can
Yeah.
totally believe that. I don't have a issue with it. It's just a question that I can throw
I
that in.
I think a mitigating, I guess, cushion to this point, I suppose. I'm pretty sure, like, after the scene where Jace and Vi beat up the Shimmeroids people and blow up Silco's operations in that specific factory, I'm pretty sure, like, Silco implied that there have been stings in multiple factories at that point.
Yes.
That have been conducted over time. So you can
Halfway there.
You can, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. You can probably surmise that, okay, they've gotten a bit more acquainted with each other over the course of that time. Like, I would probably say at least about a couple weeks, if not more, because sting operations like that take time. I would presume.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Twy.
You're
Put
welcome.
this over the duplicate layer. Yo, give me a second. I'll try. Okay.
Well, no, I'm
my
gonna put it
God.
on screen. I can say the save image. So yeah, I'm gonna not fast forward, but let's see, go through. She thinks that those gauntlets of yours will solve all of her problems, which that's not at all that. They're very nice,
No.
they're very good, but we actually do get to see like Jace double guessing his stance on preventing hex tech from being used as a weapon. And I actually appreciate this development. It's like we have been irrevocably harmed now. This is
Yeah.
my best friend is almost dead. Maybe we need to start using it.
It adds a little bit of parallel between them as well, because both of them are of like two minds, with Caitlyn, not wanting to hate Jinx and basically commit hate, the similar sort of crimes that enforcers are known to have, but she can't go over the fact that Jinx did what she did, and at least in some level needs to be punished. And you have Jace with similar mindset with Hex Tech. I think that's really good.
All right, so next scene that we get is Loris and Vi drinking together.
Yay.
Honestly, let's face it.
Bender.
I've been there.
Yeah.
That's so many bottles.
Again, been there.
I have not been there.
Yeah, same here.
I mean, honestly, I haven't either, but like I like saying that I have because it sounds funny. I mean, I've been probably like in a similar position in terms of like, man, I really like if I were someone that drinks, I would probably get drunk here. Okay, let's see if I can add like an actual number. Like I can change.
That almost looked like a top hat.
Edit filters. I'm gonna try and make it stand out a little bit. Scaling scroll. There's really no drop shadow or anything I can add.
Shame that.
Braces, flashback. Maybe I can change the color. Maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. We'll keep it blue for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yep.
Just have 4 different blue pins.
Well, no, I was going to just put a number next to it because I imagine we're going to run out of space real fast from what he's talking about.
Make the pins tinier.
No, I'm not going to clutter my workspace with that. Text. Oh, here we go. Add text.
That's why I told him. That's why I told him to do it in his Rocky tuber.
Yep. I was gonna just try and do it in a second. I'm trying to work it out right now, personally. So
why is this?
let's try this real quick.
Why is what?
Ooh.
What the fuck happened?
Why is this not working? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Nani? Did we break something?
There is like I can't see the letters. Like, oh wait, oh, there it is. All right, fucking weird. Why is that like that? It's like a vertical strip right down the center of the fucking screen.
Oh.
Text 4. Oh my god, it's huge.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
The legendary 4.
The legendary 4.
The four will ascend.
Let's make a nice red color. Done. No, not done. I wanted to. Why is it so blurry? How do I make that not blurry? Why is it so? Is it because I resized it improperly? Is that why? Do I need to like size it from there?
Perhaps. Oh,
This is
Jesus!
so- All right, yeah, there we go. That's looking a lot better. If I do that.
That went crazy too. God damn.
Yep. Oh, whoa, no. There we go. This is so finicky. There's so much finicky going on. All right. We've got the pin counter.
Amazing.
4 pins
Woo!
now.
Indeed.
I feel like Amanda the Adventurer. All right. So, Loris and Vi drinking. They're having a good time. And the only thing that he actually really says in this scene, which it's one of the few lines he gets, is like, oh, I like peanuts. And he says that drunkenly. And it's because she doesn't want to be part of the Peanut Patrol.
I like peanuts.
And Vi's just questioning being up here whatsoever. And she's also blaming herself again for creating Jinx. Like, that's, again, really at the heart of her at this, is she blames herself for how everything is played out. Izanagi says, surprisingly, I've been there. 6 beers and some moonshine does a number. Jesus Christ, dude!
Moonshine? Jesus, man.
I mean, I know you can buy it down here, but, like, dude!
Holy shit.
You don't mix that with beer, man!
Okay,
Beer
remember.
before liquor.
Never
Never
sick.
been
sicker.
sicker. Liquor before beer, you're in the clear.
So now we're officially introduced to Maddie Nolan, and he has a name. I know he has a name. He's Fishman. That's all everyone knows him by. Ocean man, take me to the land that you understand.
So I'm gonna throw this out. A particular scene with her made me burst out laughing.
Start of episode 4.
Nope.
End of episode 1.
Nope.
Is somebody sipping really
Maddie.
hard?
I'm sipping very hard.
Maddie made me laugh out loud, and it's before a particular fight scene in the later episodes.
I know exactly what scene you're talking about, and I
Let's
almost
just
laughed too.
Let's just say, in more ways than one, Maddie's the rebound hitter.
Steb, Raymond. His name is Steb. Oh, I'm glad. He actually has a name.
I'm gonna call him Fishman.
I'm gonna call him Fishman.
No,
that is
he's
his name.
Fish,
I don't.
Fishman.
Is his name said once in the entire show? I don't think it is.
I mean, I'm
And
just gonna call
formally,
him.
his name is Fish with Hair Man.
Yes. Well, that's his full name. We call him
Listen.
Fishman for short.
Of course.
Yeah.
Come on.
I
Listen.
love Fishman. I think he's cute.
He is cute. He's a good designed character. I wish we had more substance to him. He's the
Yeah,
only
same.
one that makes it out alive.
Uh-huh. No, apparently a shield guy survives. Apparently that's stated somewhere.
What? Laura survived?
How?
Dude, Jinx survived apparently.
Well, no, that one actually has like there are like, and there's been analysis on that one. That one makes. Loris got shot through the throat. I'm sorry. That was on
He
stream.
fell over.
We saw that he was there the whole time. His eyes were open. They were not moving.
He became more of a pincushion than you are right now.
I remember reading that somewhere. It might be misinformation, so no worries there. But we'll get
It
to it
could
when we
be a
get to it.
different.
I was
It
gonna
could
say
be a different shield guy.
there was a Reddit
Yeah,
post that
too.
said that during a Q&A they said that Heimerdinger wasn't, gone. But I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that.
About that.
But he's just in his ashes are just spread across the temple.
As for 100%. And
He's
as for
fine.
but no, Jinx surviving. Holy shit. We'll talk about that for a while, but we'll get there in
Eventually.
5 weeks.
We'll
Yeah.
get there in 3 years. But yeah,
somewhere.
I do like Maddie being like, "Well, how do you know?" I was like, "Oh, it's written on your face," and it's like, "Oh, yeah, it's right. That is a cute little thing." But
Uh-huh.
I always I when we first were introduced to Maddie, I thought it was really weird. It's a strange introduction that Caitlyn would send these two to go get Vi for the memorial. But I don't know. Like, there's something that just, like, this scene in particular, it just feels like we got to introduce these characters. It's time to introduce them and get Vi to the memorial. And, like, part of it is that Maddie is supposed to be inspirational to Vi in terms of, like, oh, yeah, you went after Silco alone. You're so inspirational. And Caitlyn really made a scene really talking about you and selling you up. And it's like, I can see a lot of that going a long way. It just, the structure of this scene feels like, or where it's placed feels weird. Admittedly, it is the morning after a drinking binge, so it's gonna feel weird. But, I mean...
I do kind of like it now that we know Maddie's whole thing, because she's trying to really get herself endeared to these people, make it so that she is as harmless as possible.
Yeah. And I mean, already Mbessa did recognize that Vi was the key to Caitlyn's, like, emotions. Like, Vi was clearly near the heart of that. So, you know, Maddie being like, hey, I'm an agent of Noxus. I can totally get in good here. And then accidentally basically created the enemy that ends up stopping a lot of shit. Like, there's some nice irony that goes on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the rebound girl. I figured what you were talking about. That was a great scene.
I was just getting that particular gif.
I do like the note that Loris was awake during this whole conversation. He seems sus of, like, everyone immediately except for Vi. Like, he is the one that's, like, first to read on, like, shit's going downhill.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes me want to know, why don't we get a dialogue scene at all with... How does a conversation with Loris round out? I would really like to see that.
I unironically want to have a beer with Loris.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you seem cool.
What's your story?
Yeah, like-
Who are you? Why were you you seem to be an enforcer. I guess that's my biggest question is, what's his deal? He is an enforcer, I guess, but he was drinking in an alleyway? Like, why? What are you? That's kind of weird. What's going on?
Does what he wants, man. I mean, the way that you can really read it, to give the scene some credit, is that during the bit where he first meets Vi, he says you lost someone when he's drinking, and it's kind of implied that he was connected to someone on the council.
Yeah.
Or at least someone that was
Like,
killed.
It would have been great if, like, we learned that he was, like, a Hoskell. Like, he was related to the Hoskells in some way, shape, or form. Like, that dude who had, like, no brain cells, and we got to see, I got all the brain cells in the family.
Yeah, like
I tried to kill them with alcohol.
but unfortunately we didn't get that scene.
Yeah, I think going into what we were talking about these side characters before, I think the biggest factor as to why they feel so lackluster in relation to everything else is just that, like, season 1 just straight up didn't do characters this way.
Yes.
Just straight up. That is not the standard that we came to expect. We had characters with similar amounts of screen time, but the way in which they are utilized and how frequently we got to know them are much more closer together. And they fulfill their ultimate purpose in the story much, much quicker. So we don't really feel that cheated by it. Whereas with these characters, especially in regards to Maddie and Loris, it's much more so.
Yeah.
Because they're so spread far apart. And the cinematic language gives us an idea of these characters that doesn't end up going forward.
So Maddie basically inspires Vi to actually attend the memorial. This scene made me really sus of our fish boy here. He ends up being, like, the most normal person in the entire group. He's like the most straightforward enforcer.
He really is.
I don't know why he was carrying his baton out like that. I guess he just likes knocking shit over with it.
I mean, you know those like
He was bored. Okay, leave him alone.
what?
No,
but,
yeah,
like,
he was
you know
stimming.
You know the
Yeah.
like, you know the like the pens that you get that you can just like twirl around in your fingers that for like ADHD. Maybe it was just something like that.
Yeah, stimming. That's
You just- that's what it is. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, stimming.
it means stimulating. That you gotta have that thing. That you're, I have my
Oh,
butterfly
appreciate
knife
it.
for that.
Yeah, I have a stim cube.
I have a sword.
Uh,
There's a balanced it's a Moonlight Greatsword from Dark Souls, but it's balanced well, so I can just spin it in my hands like a pen.
Nice.
That
Oh,
is
like
metal
it's like a
fuck.
model, tiny little model
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a model thing.
Dude, I have a
I can send
friend
it.
who is so jealous of that right now.
I can send
I would
it.
be so
Here, give me a second. I'll send a picture in Discord.
But yeah,
all
But
right.
you can go on.
Vi agrees to go out to the memorial. We get a nice shot of Piltover's skyline, which, God, this fucking show is gorgeous.
Uh-huh.
It hurts. Ah.
Hold yourself back there.
Ah.
No, you just gotta let him do his thing. It'll pass.
Of course, there's somewhat tight security. We'll get to that. That actually is a strange point of contention, I guess. That is a little weird. But we have Mel giving a speech, of course, and we have a bunch of these guys that look like they came straight out of whatchamacallit,
Compton.
The Empire Strikes Back or something like that. Not the Empire Strikes Back, sorry, the Phantom Menace. They look like they were senators from that. That's a great little sword.
Yep.
So we get the I guess relatives. We have I think a relative of Hoskell. Oh my God, the chin on that man, woman.
Absolute unit. No, absolute unit is what I say. That's that's all you can say, man.
That is
absolute
the
fucking unit.
chadliest chin.
It's a chin that you could like put on the bottom of a drill and dig to the center of the earth.
Yeah. Oh, but then we get whoever was related to the Techno Union dude, the female version of him, the Jace. We've got Jada Pinkett, Fring. We've got the Mel's friend, Mel's assistant. We got Sallow. We've got what's her face, the trading guild lady that's going to become important later. What's her name?
I believe her name starts with an E.
Amara?
Yeah, Amara.
That's it, Amara.
Yeah, Amara.
Caitlyn, I think, is that supposed to be Caitlyn's father?
Next to Caitlyn.
No.
So
No,
her father's just
I
not
don't
in
think that
attendance,
is.
I guess. Which I guess he probably wouldn't want to.
To be
Mute
fair,
yourself while you chew.
Ah, my bad.
And then a bunch of people that aren't really relevant, I guess. I'm not.
not really.
Is that maybe that's the pianist from later in the season? But I
Oh
don't
yeah.
think so.
Oh, you mean Jin
yeah,
or
Jin.
whoever whatever the piano playing champion is called.
We also get like a furry in the back. That's interesting.
What? Can furries not be in the back?
No, that's where they belong.
I was
My God, man.
Furries from behind. Hey, you're the one who said that's where they belong. Right?
So yeah, we get these people that apparently have a pass to get into the executive area, and they're just wearing these veils, which I know people are probably complaining like this is really suspicious, but I actually don't think it is, because that could just be mourning garb. It's actually not super uncommon for mourning garb to have like intricate veils and the like.
I mean, there's
Especially
plenty
depending on the
of
culture.
there's plenty of veils IRL that are like black for funerals and everything, and you might have expected me to complain about the veils personally. No, go for it.
I mean, like, our culture used to have veils too, but we mostly got rid of it within the last, like, 70 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which is a shame.
Mel gives a very heartfelt speech about basically persevering and all the things that have happened and what Piltover stands for and all that good stuff. I'm pausing for comfort and safety. I'm actually, I'm gonna check actually, make sure we haven't gotten stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use stream bitrate of 6800 kilobytes per second. Oh,
Nani?
I get that fucking message all the time. I use 7200, and it's like, you know, and it still gives me that. So I don't know what's up.
Huh.
We need more.
But yeah, so she's trying to encourage, but then we get this guy coming out of a door who's clearly in disguise as an enforcer. Got the mysterious mushroom people just chilling out around, and
one of them gets behind Jace.
Yeah, one of them gets behind Jace. So, did we actually see the statue already, or has it been unveiled yet? Because I have problems to raise about the statue.
You too? Sweet.
Yeah. So, yeah, Vi is starting to notice that something's up. Something's not right, so she goes to investigate.
I'm noticing a recurring pattern with having a problem with statues.
Wait, what was the other time I had a problem with statues? Or he?
Pyrrha.
Oh,
Pyrrha.
Okay. No. All right. In fairness, this is a statue that belongs here. The problem is more in that it's here already. That's what we're kind of. I think that's gonna be my point. Is that we're seeing that this massive statue is here. How fucking long has it been?
I was about to say that shit doesn't come cheap.
Yeah,
Impressive, really.
That was the fastest fucking rush job on the planet to get this statue made.
I am nothing if not impressed. But
I mean,
well,
give like seven builders. You can probably whip that up in like a weekend.
that is
Making different parts.
Unironically, yeah, that is true.
The
timeline is wishy-washy.
You could also, like, maybe there was we were already going to make statues of these guys, and we we're already, like, halfway through. Let's just repurpose them, something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it is a very simplistic statue. Like, there is some clockwork and stuff going on inside there, but it's not all that complicated. You have, like, one guy working specifically on the faces, and then some other guys working on the rest of the body. You can get that done pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I was going to say, though, I don't think this is a time skip. Like, I think this is, like, at most just a couple of days after basically the start of the season.
And also, of the problems, which there are several big ones in this particular fight scene that's about to happen, how fast can they make a statue is not really one of them.
Well, I find the passage of time very important because it helps us develop the stakes of a situation. So I found it of particular note that it's like, wow, you guys really built that statue really fast. The statue union in this fucking city is really on top of things.
For once,
100%.
Raymond is the one that is in the minority.
It's the good, fast, and cheap pyramid. You know, they wanted it good and they wanted it fast, so they paid.
Okay, so
look, Hex Tech is just really that good, guys. Come on.
Okay.
But
so
no, sorry.
Vi is making her way forward. She's looking at the suspicious dude who's coming forward to step into the forward section, and he's let pass because he's an enforcer. I guess they don't check him. I guess that's fine. Maybe they should have a little tighter security, but either there. And Vi is stopped. Ends up creating a little bit of commotion, which gets Caitlyn's attention a little bit, but it's not quite escalated yet. This guy walks behind this mysterious mushroom person and drops a bag at their feet and keeps on walking. So, any problems yet?
No, just waiting.
Okay.
She could have easily yelled, "Hey, stop that guy!"
Yes!
Before she got there.
Yes, she could have. I was waiting for when the gun happened of, hey, that guy has a gun, he's going towards the person. But no, Vi is a silent little shit.
She's trying not to interrupt a funeral, but still.
There's a guy with a gun going towards Mel.
I can still understand, because if she just starts shouting, then the guy might go ballistic and just start shooting and causing chaos in order to make the situation worse to stop him and all that kind of
There's
stuff.
also there's also here's a question: what if she's wrong? What if that's an ex-Zon guy that like moved up the Piltover, became an enforcer? Like that's always a possibility. It's not unheard of. It's not crazy.
Well, then she was mildly disrespectful at a funeral.
Yeah, see, she was mildly disrespectful at a funeral, and to that I respond, that tattoo thing is similar to the one that Silco's guys and the other Chem Barons have. Those are distinct tattoos for those people. Vi knows this because of her time in the prison / her time in the Undercity. So at worst, you get because we'll learn that there has to be some enforcers in on this sort of thing, but the enforcers who are not in this should, do their job.
Oh, let's see how much is.
But let's see how there's a particular shot that of like Mel's doing her thing, yada yada. Chem lady like says, "Oh, it's so awful losing a child," but then no, like here you see the enforcer walking straight up to the podium.
I'm probably in agreement here. This is weird how there's very little reaction to any of this going on. Now, here's an interesting proposal. Mbessa.
Oh, don't worry. I have several things with Mbessa, but I figured we'd
considering
save
that she's
honestly.
pulling strings here, and we know now that Maddie was an insider, is it not possible that there's more going on here involving all this in terms of like how people are reacting? Maybe there's more enforcers on the inside.
Yes, however, but like there are clearly enforcers who are not on the same side as this, unless they just willingly decided, you know what, I'm perfectly fine with taking one for the team / dying, because they're going to get slaughtered by the chem tank people in a second.
True.
So there's
to be fair, Marcus didn't sign up to die either, and he ended up kind of in a shit place too.
Well, here's what I'm saying. Like, it can't be everyone. I think we can agree to that.
Absolutely. I mean, we know that. So, I would actually argue you're making a fair point. I'm just saying that is there more at play here that we're not quite capturing in our discussion?
Is there plausible deniability? Yeah.
There's some plausible deniability, but overall, it like why didn't Vi just shout?
Yeah.
Because that's a gun right next to Mel. I'm throwing that out there.
Hey, they could be setting up for a 21 gun salute, all right?
With a flare gun?
Yes.
Fair enough.
I think it's because they're cheating distance a little bit. And I think that might be it.
It might be cheating distance.
Because
and the cheating distance is possibly the only thing that saves Jace's life right here.
Well, this guy gets really close to Mel by walking very quickly. As opposed to what we saw that stage earlier, where you kind of would probably have to take quite a few steps to actually get up next to her.
Yeah, and actually to bring into for something that Ryan Carson says, we don't know how many enforcers are in Mbessa's pocket, and unlike Silco, there's no Marcus figure to have the sheriff in her pocket sort of thing, so everything is very wishy-washy.
Yeah.
Not only that, but I think that there is possibly a little bit of a herd mentality thing going on, because even if you aren't possibly in Mbessa's pocket, you might see something and you're like, well, nobody else is reacting. Maybe I was gonna say something's not going on.
The that is 100% possible. The issue is entirely that Vi doesn't ever even shout it.
Yeah, it really comes down to Vi and the question of why didn't she shout?
But you guys were talking about the other enforcers, so that's why I wanted to.
No, because like I think the more that I'm spinning down onto it, because you bring up herd mentality, and the more I'm thinking about is when you're watching a show or a demonstration or a speech or something, you're not entirely sure what's going on. For all even some of the enforcers know, this guy is walking up on stage to escort her off because there's a security concern all of a sudden. Like there could be any number of plausible reasons that there was an enforcer stepping up on stage to go talk to her.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
Technically, you're not wrong, but at the same time, it does come down to Vi just being a silent little shit
you
for
go,
no
but
reason.
it really does lean on why didn't Vi shout? And I'm really drawing a blank on a good reason why she wouldn't.
Yeah, but that's just a start. The thing that I really want to put a discussion on, if we can all agree on this. So how far is Chem Lady away from Jace?
One moment. She pulls up her hood.
Let's see.
And I want to show this because it's like one of the few moments of, I think, kind of wonky animation a little bit. Mel gets hit, and her expression is weird. It doesn't feel right. Like, her eyes open, and it's like there's something there. I don't know. There's something about the way she falls that I find kind of flumpy. It's not bad. It's just like sort of like
It is wonky, it is a little goofy.
It's a bit meh, but at least let's face it, one bad/weird piece of animation.
I highlight it only because it's so fucking rare. It's like, and even
100%.
even still, it's not a big deal. It's just sort of like,
okay,
maybe another pass on that would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, it just sticks out a little more relative to like other times characters got knocked out and you see way more of a fluent reaction. Also, I see what I know is talking about here. Yeah.
How close was she? Yeah.
Yeah, so like I'm talking about this because were they like 2-3 feet apart? She pulls a chainsaw, is like swiping up, and like Jace sort of like turns and moves his head back.
He stepped back. He stepped back.
No, he fell back. He fell back.
So
that's
we saw him step.
No, we did, but like if you actually like the way he steps back, it makes him fall. Like oh, he. You're right. It is step back. Sorry, I was getting up from that position. That's what I was trying to ascertain.
How does she miss?
It's very easy considering how heavy that fucking thing looks.
So, for shits and giggles, I am not a super soldier chem warrior or whatever. I got a like actual chainsaw to like judge the weight sort of thing. I did this from 5 feet to 6 feet to like 3 feet with a friend, and my friend was tense and ready for me. I got him every single time.
Okay. But was it
your
3
friend,
chainsaws stapled together that are all larger than any chainsaw ever fucking made by for human hands?
I'm also not a superhuman.
Is your friend someone who does like?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanting to make sure because
they are not rotund individuals. They are not slow individuals. They are.
You don't have to be rotund to not like. Is every skinny person just someone who does like judo and like does sword play?
No, fair enough.
I was asking.
No,
maybe you should let me finish what I say.
I'm an idiot.
Stop pulling a Bellinor. Stop pulling a Bellinor.
Okay. Okay. Let's go down. How heavy do we think this thing is? Like, what is the poundage of this weapon?
I mean, Jace can lift it up and use it.
Does he lift it?
He can grab it. He grabs it and pulls it off of her.
Okay, but also we know that Jace is fucking built.
Yeah, correct. But
what I'm asking though is because
simmer.
It doesn't sometimes matter how built you are. The momentum that something takes to move is different based upon a number of different factors, with its weight being obviously the most important one, but its balance, its aerodynamicism. Let's say this out of the way. This is one of the most inefficient fucking weapons on the planet. I don't know what this is for. In fact, actually, is this like a mining tool?
Possibly. No clues.
Because like it actually reminds me more of mining tools with the way it's built instead of it be for cutting like wood or something. Like what would this cut?
If I had to say something, probably just you can get like a piece of wood between the two edges. I legit have no idea. Yeah.
Look, it's her Chainsaw Man cosplay, all right, guys. Jesus.
At this point, but yeah, Jay should be dead. Is what I'm saying. Distance and speed that the people who are hyped up on chem that they go like.
No, but she's not hyped up on. She's hyped up on these chems. She's not hyped up on Shimmer, which is the distinguishing characteristic.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I do not think that, like, her, from what I can tell here, her chems are more of a kind of a life support device.
So in that case, Jace is only really alive because she's going up and like back towards her instead of just rushing forward. Because she
with the amount that she's hauling that up, like it looks
heavy
to be
as fuck.
heavy enough.
Yeah. I might be not wording this right, but like if she simply like hauled up and instead of like rearing it back with the like momentum,
you need to understand. If trying to deadlift it from without bending your back, using your back muscles to lift an incredibly heavy thing. I know this because I've been doing a lot of really awkward weightlifting. That's how a lot of Apple Plus has been doing it. You don't realize how vital your back muscles are in lifting heavy objects that are awkward and like are in front of you. When you hold something out in front of you that is that heavy, your back is working overtime. It locks in all those muscles. Her bending over like that is trying to compensate for a lack of back musculature that is not built to deadlift that object.
Okay, so put another pin. Human beings have specific limitations, and they can only do so much with their musculature. Let's put a pin on that.
Oh no, I know. I see where this is going. Holy fuck.
All right.
Also, this is
non-chem
way
of roundabout way of saying, yeah, like how could you miss? He was 3 feet in front of you.
Well, I mean, she almost didn't. Like those teeth were scraping at his neck almost.
Yeah.
It was incredibly close.
There's also the other element of this is she's shirking off her disguise when she's doing this, which is a layer of like basically a layer of resistance to take into effect. It's minor. I'm not going to say it's like, oh, it absolutely makes her miss, but there's a layer of delay that goes on there. Also, her picking it up in that outfit, like you have to crouch down and everything.
All she had to do was not monologue, and she would have killed Jace.
Yeah, but like we've also shown that she's not smart. She throws in with dumb people.
Yeah, I realize that. I'm fine with it. But don't worry, Jace's plot armor will be nice and thick in this fight scene later.
It's
God, dude.
Ugh.
You sound really annoyed with me, Twilight.
So
we all know Jace has plot armor. It's fun.
So basically, this guy beats the absolute shit out of Mel with one punch. I mean, she knocks her over, and then fires a flare in the air after looking like he's about to shoot her. Minor criticism here: Mel should know almost instantly her mother is behind this. Like I think I'm not entirely sure if it is clear to her whether or not her mother orchestrated this, but like when they start floating the idea of there being a mole in Piltover, I should immediately everyone just snap to Mbessa, because why else would anyone that wants to make this kind of chaos happen, why would they spare Mel?
The greater question comes later with particular things involving our boy Jace, but let's talk about Mbessa's stupid plan later.
Okay. So everyone starts panicking. It's a big show of it, and we get the egg carrier from Sonic Adventure 1.
Yeah, very conveniently placed clouds. It's very lucky that those clouds were there and no one could really see that thing coming up there. And, oh, by the way, here's an enforcer closing the distance on someone with a melee weapon and gets slaughtered for it. And another person closing the distance with a baton. Truly, the greatest and brightest are in Piltover's enforcers.
Okay, no. So this guy did not close the distance. He ran in front of Jace.
That is closing the distance.
No, but like the point is he is putting himself between a very important person that is vital to their society and him and the threat. Like he is actively trying to protect Jace. This is police officers do this. They will walk into the line of fire to protect civilians. It happens.
He wasn't told that protect and serve doesn't actually mean protect or serve.
Yeah. And then
Didn't let him in on
this guy who's closing the distance is only closing the distance because he doesn't have a gun. He's a baton.
Yeah, he's got a baton, which brave soldier. I wouldn't go rush to a lady with a baton when she's got a chainsaw. So.
Yeah. I don't fault either of them. I mean, I would imagine because I think that was ceremonial guard. That guy on that guy went down. I'm not entirely sure if they're both wearing the same uniform.
I mean, I guess like those guns are like basically semi-automatic. Could he not like have taken a shot at her head that wasn't blockable by the chainsaw from like his previous position?
They're lever actions, aren't they? Lever actions, which is. It takes a little level of skill that I don't think all of them have. What's her face's skill? So I think you. Okay, so let me actually make this point clear. Within 20 feet, melee weapons actually have the edge over ranged weaponry. It is why you don't close the distance, because at close range, knives and blades actually do end up beating out guns. I think Mythbusters tested this. They actually demonstrated that. At close range, knives and blades are just melee weapons in general are superior weapons for a number of different reasons. So this guy is just an unfortunate circumstance. He just needed to try and take the hit, protect Jace, and he ended up paying the price.
Fair enough.
And then the other guy, I think he was a ceremonial guard because he's a different uniform, and I think the ceremonial guards didn't have
guns.
Didn't have guns, yeah.
It's also telling that later in this scene, like Caitlyn gets someone else's gun off of them.
Yeah, literally this guy in same uniform as the guy that had the gun earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a cat person too. He goes meow. Woo!
Yeah.
Meow meow.
Meow meow.
Actually, I wonder, does Piltover have like any kind of air defense?
It doesn't overly matter if you have air defense. Without the clouds, it's pretty easy to see that motherfucker.
Well, it wouldn't be for anyone inside. Like, you would have to send, like, a courier running through the streets to try. I think by the time it gets there, it's already outpaced any messenger that tries to alarm anyone.
So Celtic, it takes distance to go from one place to the next and back again. Put a pin in that.
Oh my fucking god. All right.
We're at 6 pins now.
6 pins.
Don't worry, that particular pin will be off in a soonish.
Okay.
All right, so it opens its widely approved mouth because they're taking hints from Ruby's fantasies in Fixing Ruby Volume 6, discussing what happened the Battle of Volume 5.
that poor guy that tried to jump over the fence and then slipped.
The poor man.
Yeah. Let me go back to that guy. Mel, you can stand up on your own. So yeah. Dude, take off your fucking glasses. Those things are so fucking thick. What? Like, do you need those? Is that like necessary, or are you just like using it to zoom in on everyone?
He sees the secrets of the goddamn universe with those things.
Yeah, but can you see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Of course.
Can he see how many licks it would take?
Then there was this guy that actually jumped on the outside, and then everyone just fucking plowed him over. They all just go tumbling down.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no issue with that in particular.
Yeah, that was
her
great.
mentality of just like crowd crush is a thing. So.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure a couple of people died very recently within the past couple of years because of it.
Oh yeah, the several concerts that happened.
My dad was actually at a concert here in Cincinnati that people were trampled at. It was the Who concert in like the 70s or 80s.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. It was a huge thing that happened. I think the reason why Mel doesn't let slip that she knows is because her mother is always around, and letting her think she's unaware would be more beneficial to plot. against her. I don't know. Like, I would be suspicious. I wouldn't obviously use it as like damnation, but like I would definitely have Mel like being Jace. Like, I think my mom was behind this.
I mean, let's be 100%
Also-
honest. Oh, sorry. Twi first.
Yeah, sorry. Also, I think that Mel has reservations about like her mother actually, like, like actually accusing her mother in this kind of way. Like, yeah, she was frustrated in season 1 with her mother,
All right.
like coming in, being around, kind of throwing her weight around and all that kind of stuff. But this is on a whole other level that I don't think Mel is comfortable with accusing her mother in that way.
Yeah.
And what also kind of factors in there is the fact that, like, in season 1, at the very least, we know that Ambessa's motivation is to acquire Hex Tech from Piltover, right?
Mhm.
But she would probably figure that enacting this kind of plan in order to stage this huge of a conflict, I wouldn't be surprised if Mel thought, okay, there is a chance she might do this, but that would probably like get her even deeper in this conflict, which may take her away from whatever the hell is happening in Noxus anyway. Of course, it would be nice to have some kind of reaction or small scene where at least she would voice that opinion to, again, Jace. Maybe not like openly, but I can kind of see where she might think that might not be the case.
Okay. Well, carrying on, we get the attack. And we get the Zon Chem Shimmer Guard dudes.
The big daddies, yes.
I call them big daddies, and I call them Hulk.
Yeah, I was. They're big daddies and biggest daddy. I was going to call them mooks that take up the different lanes.
And I'm throwing this out there. Instantly, Kate, fucking firing on them. Good stuff. And then the chem daddies start just ripping people apart, like one swipe with their hands. I'm totally not putting this out there for anything at all, I swear. And Vi, good for her, grabs a like fire extinguisher, bashes one on the back of the head. He swings back and then does another swipe, and then we cut away. Question. Full view of a chem shimmer crazy guy who can one swipe and one shot people. She gets away. Yeah, Vi is really good of a fighter, but she doesn't have the Atlas gauntlets to defend herself, really, and the shimmer people are a lot faster and stronger than her right now.
However, I will counterpoint, Vi, without her gauntlets, is actually able to keep up with them. We know this because of Savika.
Correct. However, she has no way to defend herself, and the issue that I have with it is that it cuts away. Because she was on the ground rolling, and she has someone, like, for lack of a better term, when someone's on top, they kind of control the fight. That is a minor thing that I have overall with in terms of this fight, but I'm just throwing this out. Like, it cuts away, which
I will say I really don't
think it shouldn't.
One thing that I do find frustrating about this fight is the lines of action going on, like where people are in relation to one another, is basically just completely nebulous. It's actually
100%, yes.
The more I think about it, it's actually kind of akin to the end of Volume 5.
It kind of is, yes.
I was about to say,
this fight is... Sorry.
Going back to Vi for a second, I just because like you immediately cut in before I could say my little bit, but I was like,
go for it.
Slippery little strawberry, isn't she?
God damn it.
Okay, good one.
But I would love Floof to make what he did for like Volume 5, where everybody is at like each point in the fight. And do it for this.
that would be a big thing. It's but my main issue is cuts away. Vi's on the ground rolling to defend his strike, and we cut away to Jace with a like metal bar trying to defend himself against the the cutaway is fine.
It's
the
not.
slash.
To correct you, it's not a metal bar. It's a fucking railing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, railing. Like it's a railing, and so it cuts away, which I can't, in good conscience, say that it is a 100%. Oh, this is a plot hole / a issue. What?
I'm sorry.
The duck?
I was just. It's so cute.
Oh, that is.
What is? What?
But it is in.
Oh,
duck?
you're talking about our back?
Yeah,
Okay.
the duck on our back. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. That's 100%. That's 100% fair. But it's an issue that that starts a bit of a chain reaction overall with how this fight's paced, which you've already alluded to.
Yeah.
So
Carson, I would argue that Vi fighting Savika is a special case because Savika isn't roided on shimmer like other characters. She seems to use a rather minimal amount of shimmer. Okay,
yeah, it's for her arm. It's for her arm. Yeah.
One, she actually, as a child, held her own against what's his face, the guy, yeah, the guy that did even if she did get like bodied very quickly after that. It was 9 years later that she's now 9 years later, and she was training every single day in prison by our knowledge. She is built, and I think she like had the mindset of I am going to fight that fucker again and win if I have to.
100%. Like Vi is easily outside of because how I describe it is Jace has builder's muscle. He's got lifter's muscle. Vi has fighter's muscle. She is lean toned and like really, really like if anyone had a chance of surviving like close proximity with a shimmer drone without like any hex tech thing, it would be Vi. I fully admit that. But again, cuts away, so it's like
it's the cutaway, which is a frustrating part of the choreography. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Also, to clarify, like near the end of the fight, the second fight, I guess, between Vi and Savika in season 1, she did like inject a good amount of shimmer, not just
into her arm.
Well, yeah, no, that was Ryan Carson was said that it seems a minimal amount of shimmer because it messes you up mentally and physically. She only used enough to power her prosthetic arm and a safer alternative to being on this stuff. I think she was actually injecting shimmer just in a minimal amount to kind of juice herself up. What I would argue is that like Savika didn't overdo it, so she wasn't brainless when she was.
She didn't go full Vander in the original, nor that one guy that was.
I would argue that Savika is actually a much deadlier opponent than even the Twitchers here that we see, because I think that she has so much cognitive energy, like she actually has cognitive ability. She is far deadlier with the ability to think clearly and articulate her attacks, as opposed to these guys, which are just, I have blade on arm, I go slash and stab and smash.
It's the difference between like a level like 5 berserker and a level 10 fighter.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
if I could put it into D&D
especially
terms.
given that like there are different strands of shimmer that do different things.
I also want to just highlight that her blades cut through metal, which I think emphasizes more so that these are like a mining tool. What this is. Okay, wait. Actually, I have a flash here that's kind of strange, because he's getting his arm cut into over here, and then somehow he manages to move. I guess.
I think he's bracing the like engine of the chainsaw on his shoulder, and then like sort of using it to shrug off and trying to punch her, but that
it's a little wonky. It's
wonky. And that being said, though, Jace, as we've seen, does have some moves. So him like grabbing onto her face and like pulling the Bane tube, for lack of a better term, out of her 100% good.
Yes.
However, JC boy. She is on the ground having a weird panic attack episode. Do you A, take that metal thing that you have and beat her head in, or at least knock her out? Do you B, run away as fast as you can so the scary lady with the chainsaw and the people that are fighting don't attack you? Or do you C, move 10 feet to a place where you can easily be found?
Or D, pick up the fucking chainsaw
and kill her with it? Yeah, do that too. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, no,
or
this was
ease
a
comfort.
frustration. Jace did not double tap through this entire fight.
Yeah, there's a going back to, I 100% agree with Twy, where like people not making the most optimal decisions is not like lore breaking, story breaking, or anything like that. However, despite not being in many fights, Jace is shown to be a very proficient, very tactical fighter. So, you're blundering here, Golden Boy.
How often has he fought through pain? Because I can't quite remember.
His honestly, his showing against the Twitcher Shimmer people is like fantastic by itself, and he's not in too much pain overall. Like the man
shoulder thing here anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say
he was able to fight through it.
Yeah, that too.
In order to deliver.
That too. So like, I mean, I get it, but
yeah, no, I was just trying to get a range for like how he could possibly, his mindset could possibly work, and like why he might not have done it, or if there was like any kind of logical reason that you could think of. That's why I asked.
I legit have
that's fair enough.
Fair enough, but I legit have no idea. All things in the show point to him just like actually he had the chance to double tap and he just didn't take it, or use the chance that you could double tap to get far enough away from the crazy chainsaw lady.
Yeah.
That is just like Raymond already said it was a frustration. It is a huge frustration, personally.
Yeah, with almost any other character, this would make sense, but not with Jace.
Well,
especially
any of the
capable of
like major fighting characters, Jace included, like they would take this chance. Like if this was Vi, I'm sorry, she'd like go full MMA ground and pound. Like
I was gonna, this woman would be dead in like one minute.
But again, all Jace has to do is she's crazing out. He has the middle railing, and bottom of the
it's
bang.
It's in half now. He
I mean, I was gonna say, I would still think that like it has a significant amount of weight to swing. I think you could actually
half a railing, bottom of the ninth. He's going for the home run, and it's gone.
You know, I know it's kind of funny how we disassociate in like completely different ways when fight scenes come out. Because to me, spectacle is like the necessary evil of creation, where it's just like they have to have a spectacle, they have to have a big fight scene, and they obviously can't kill anybody because they're not done with the plot yet. So I'm just gonna dissociate and count the existence of the fight as one problem. And you're like, no, there's a fight. Everyone should be dying. Every time someone doesn't die, it's its own problem.
Motherfucker, you must be great when you're watching Rocky.
Oh, Rocky's great. I love Rocky.
Mr. Knight says, a lot of problems with Arcane Season 2 is like when you have the perfect soup and want to make it again, but you have doubled the ingredients with the same cook time. I don't hate it, but we don't have time. I would love, because like they said that it was always planned to be 2 seasons.
I don't agree with that.
What?
I do not agree with that at all.
Yeah, I kind of do get the sense that there was intended to be more time. Like, I don't know. That was only announced after Season 2 was announced, right?
I believe so, yes.
I wonder. I thought that was said before.
No. They said that there was going to be.
I always heard,
but it was always after.
I only heard that after Season 2 had started coming out. Like,
if someone could give me the timeline on when they announced that, that'd be interesting.
It's weird, but
I don't know. I've seen so many things where it's just like, this looks shortened, this looks truncated.
So, to go on to your particular point, Fat Man, 100%. Oh, I'm great to have on for certain fight scenes, but the reason why I'm so hard on this particular fight scene is that outside a few things where you can say maybe Jace probably doesn't have the sort of skill to fight the like Shimmer people in Season 1, where that's an issue. Everything flows really. I have literally no problems with the fights in Season 1. Like put the fights in season 1 through the same lens that I put the fights through season 2. Season 1, pretty much all perfectly fine. Season 2, there's issues.
Aren't more of the fights in season 1 like duels more so than anything?
That's correct.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
way more grounded.
the same thing applies as well.
Yeah.
Like I curse me and my writing and the great ritual that Twilight used to bring this book in fabric to life. I have standards with like fight scenes. I'm and that being said though, I'm willing to overlook a fucking lot.
Yeah.
I'm honestly,
Yeah.
it might sound like I'm not, but no, I am very much willing to overlook. A lot of
I
stuff
get
Yeah.
everything they're doing here, and it's, I mean, like when you compare this to same, like, I mean, look, I need to fully recognize we are a people that are steeped very deeply in Ruby. So seeing anything of a fight even of this quality, like, it's still far and away so much better than so many of the fights in Ruby.
Oh, yeah.
And I also,
Yeah,
I'm one of those people that pushes back on Fatman being like, oh, the spectacle is the necessary evil. Some people ideas come from the spectacle. Sometimes the spectacle is the art in of itself. I love that shit. Like, you gotta, there's a balance there to strike.
Like the most unrealistic sort of thing that you can say is like young Vi taking out a bunch of Silco's goons as Kaiser's trying to get Vander out of the like torture chamber thing in season 1.
Yeah.
Vi has the gauntlets, not like just cast iron or whatever it is. Nobody takes her seriously. It's a one-way bridge where there's not enough space to really like flank her or anything. And
She does
when
get beaten up.
yeah, she does get beaten up and she does get tired. And when she knocks a motherfucker out, there's a specific scene where it shows Silco going like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Like the characters recognize like, "What the fuck?"
Oh yeah, season 2 was announced in 2021. That's right. It was announced like almost immediately after season 1. And then in June 2024 is when they announced that season 2 will be the last.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Okay.
I
thought they said that much earlier.
No,
Same,
no,
yeah.
I remember it being like kind of like a wow, really? Okay, that's strange.
yeah, and then she got her ass handed to her by Deckard. Correct.
Right. But the most important thing is I am not going to be making a Bout of Lunacy video about this fight, guys. I'm sorry. I know you want that. I know you want that to be a series. And don't worry, I'm cooking that up, but it's not going to involve this.
Mhm.
Well, maybe it will, depending on what else I know nothing has to say.
Don't worry, it's fine.
I
feel so bad. I feel so evil. I'm yucking
Yeah, you feel you're gonna need a shower
It's-
after this.
It's fine. Like one of
I'm-
the frustrating things that I find about media criticism in general is that people can get so hooked on the idea of perfection and be like, well, this thing isn't perfect, and it's like there's things wrong with it, and therefore it can't be a 10 out of 10. It's like, well, nothing is perfect. So like you can acknowledge that there are flaws in something and still think that it is as close to perfect as you can reasonably think of it to be. And then there are people who are like, well, it's perfect. It's not perfect. I want to criticize it. And then I feel bad for criticizing it because people like it. And it's like, no, you can still criticize it while still liking it to a certain degree. Like,
Or
thing that you can do.
worse,
I'm playing up.
someone else's opinion, and then you find yourself having to completely disregard your own thoughts to fall in line with whoever you agree with.
Oh God.
My
Yeah.
favorite comment is there are only two types of media: perfect things which don't exist, and imperfect things which are everything. So if you can't think that two things are of different quality if they're both imperfect.
That's fair.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
man, I hate that shit. I've actually seen something like that
I-
before.
No, okay, so to pull it back from the meme, because I am sort of playing it up again, as I said, as beginning it in, I'm here as devil's advocate to like really test the critique, because I'm sorry, Arcane is really good. It deserves
yes,
everyone's
no,
full and
I
honest
fully
attention.
like, this is one of those things, like, I this is such a series that I love so much at this rate. Stress testing it is the only way. And then, of course, I learned later that it seems like they went down to just 3 writers. 3 main writers.
However, they did. Because of COVID.
Yeah.
It was a COVID restriction overall, which you can probably I know people out there on the internet that really hate this or like parrot every contrarian thing, like Fatman said. Will just say, "Oh, the reason why it's the writing quality is so bad is because there are only 3 writers." No, guys, there's still a lot of stuff to like in this show. It's not all bad.
Yeah, it's still like people are saying, "Oh, it's not a 10 out of 10," but it still gets a. I know you said a 3 out of 10. That's gonna get contentious.
I think that's a ridiculous statement to make.
Ooh,
3 out of 10. Wait, wow.
No,
okay.
I will bring up my reasons, but we haven't gotten to the reasons why I think that yet.
Yeah,
Like
I was
this
gonna say there are
episode
reality
or
breaking
the
shows.
season 2.
Yeah, this is season
Season
okay.
two,
So
season 2.
that's just Arcane. That's just Arcane season 2. Arcane season 1, 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
I have little to no issue with Arcane season 1.
I mean,
Wait, the whole so the whole of season 1 is 9 out of 10, and the whole of season 2 is 3 out of 10.
As an overall package, yeah.
That's
I guess.
insane.
I don't know. I don't know where you're coming from.
I mean, so if on my personal scale, like I think I said, I mean, Arcane is probably one of those series. I said 8 on season 1, or I said 9 on season 1. I think it's as close to a 10 out of 10 as I'm going to get on my scale. It's up there. It's like one of my favorite things.
Best
either
animated series.
Yeah, best
out of 10.
No. Like, but season 2, I was holding it like an 8 out of 10, and obviously now it's being stress tested, and I'm seeing a lot of the flaws that I looked over. So it's interesting in that way. But I still hold it's great. But like I'm
okay. Also, I was gonna say also my scale is very weird in terms of that. I put like 4/5 as average.
Well, no, I too.
So you're
you're normal.
Like 5 is average.
No, dude, do you think that we
fair
operate on IGN rules? No.
Oh, fair.
Oh, please don't fucking.
I mean,
keep that name out your goddamn mouth.
Well, we'll get to that in a bit, but it's
I think that it's a bit ridiculous to be like, oh, I have a lot of problems with this one thing, and it's mostly like these little issues of death by 1,000 cuts sort of thing. But like to say that because there are a lot of small issues that exacerbate an issue, that therefore it is absolute garbage, I would disagree with that. I think that's ridiculous.
I did not say it was absolute garbage.
No, saying a 3 out of 10. That's pretty garbage in terms of like, out of 10,
we're getting in the weeds on this.
What's something else that's a 3 out of 10?
What's something else that's a 3 out of 10 off the top of my head? Oh, dang.
I was gonna say, like, 3 out of 10 for me is like most early CW DC shows is like around the 3 or 4. Maybe a 5 if they're like on a really good day for Arrow or the Flash.
We consistently had fucking Power Rangers at a 2 and a 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
I don't know. Trying to think of like
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, and Power Rangers is fun. We liked Power Rangers. It's not like.
Is it where I say I when I said 3 out of 10, I was mostly thinking about the writing and overall like issue with
that's the clarification that this is all about the writing quality.
If we're talking about overall, Jesus fuck, Arcane is so much better than everything than a lot of other things. No, like I was being attacked.
Yeah, we gotta make the distinction that when I guess we all have our own 10 out of 10 like measurements and like how we typically speaking. I speak when I say out of 10, it's on the writing scale. I typically lean on that, and I typically gradiate against other things. Like they have their own 10 out of 10 scales for graphics and animation and acting and that sort of thing and direction.
Yeah. As
Ruby is a -2.
Ooh, wow, okay.
No.
Wait. I've seen -2s. Ruby is not -2.
Ruby is like a 2 or a 3.
Yeah,
Ruby is a 2 or a 3 out of 10.
yeah. So
Ruby, Arcane, same score. Get it right.
So like
Imperfect. 3 out of 10.
I think I can if I can just try to expedite this. There is a lot of time bendy, space warpy stuff that comes up later. I imagine that's a lot of what takes things down. Okay.
Yes.
We'll come to that then. I imagine we'll get elaboration on that, and we'll push back and forth.
Please, but Death of a Thousand Cuts in writing, I think, if I can say to Twi, I think you can say that does matter overall because the good emotional beats are fantastic, but how you get there does matter.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it doesn't, but I'm saying like how deep are the cuts in this case? And I would say that a lot of these cuts are fairly shallow. It's not something like Shugokata, for instance, the anime
God.
Shugokata.
Okay, let's not get into that craziness.
Okay,
I mentioned the anime as Death by a Thousand Cuts in comparison to the manga version of that because there is just so much that it has added on that has benefited it, but in comparison to the benefits, the negatives of it that destroy the plot and the pacing just outweigh the benefits that the anime has brought to the point where it is almost unsalvageable.
I was gonna say, Twi, I mean, yes, true, shallow cuts aren't necessarily damning, but 1,000 paper cuts, not exactly a fun time.
No, it's not going to be a fun time, but it's also not going to kill you either.
So
I'm just imagining somebody trying to saw someone's finger off with a piece of paper.
I think that was a torture method in one book I read, honestly. But we'll move on to that.
Okay. So getting back to actual Arcane, we see that because we got off into the weeds there.
Yeah.
We see that.
Sorry, I haven't really talked about my method of grading things. So that's why I was so heavily disagreeing and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, it's like, oh, I'm being attacked. No, I'm feigning this. I don't think you guys are ganging up on me or insulting me at all. I know exactly when I say 3 out of 10, it's gonna get people gassed. Like I understand that 100%.
I know nothing out here. Like help! I'm being
guys, we gotta
repressed.
bully him harder.
Oh no, don't bully me.
I'm the King of England. I didn't vote for you. Anyway, so we see that the counselors are being rescued by a bunch of the enforcers, and who's among them if not Maddie and Fish Guy, which is where a lot of people were like, oh, you're conveniently there. Then Maddie fires a smoke grenade to help further obscure the fight and prevent any more discrepancies.
The enforcers with guns. I had to fire through smoke to attack the people with melee.
Yeah, and also these guys have helmets. Why are you shooting that shit?
Yeah, well, admittedly, helmets don't help you see through smoke.
Yeah.
They just prevent it from getting in your eyes. There's a difference.
Yeah, and to be fair to the enforcers trying to get the council members out, as soon as the doors are done, they put clutch in and boom, they're trying to get out of there. Which go for it. That's exactly
fair.
what they should be doing. That's what their values are. So go for it.
Yep. Although it is Maddie, so the question is, I guess she's just playing dishonest. No, the least favorable interpretation is that Maddie put herself in a position to garner favor with the political class.
Or just
why didn't they try? Why didn't they try
for making sure that the counselors got out so that they could all vote, to use hex tech against the Undercity.
Question with what you have currently on stream with Kate being jumped by one of the Shimmer guys. How long does it take Vi to get there?
Let me see.
Plot armor o'clock.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not actually that long. Actually, it's not terrible.
But at the same time, though, the Shimmer guys are shown to one-shot people with a swipe, and like Kate is pinned. He's got another arm with a blade on it. Do a little shanky shank, and it isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's one of those things of just like, okay, this is a bit gratuitous to give Vi her hero moment.
Well, he's in the process of pulling out his blade as she's running toward her.
Yeah, it's like he is actually flicking it out, which it looked like it was collapsed.
Yeah, it was collapsed inside.
Yeah.
But why though?
Because sometimes you need to use your hands, and sometimes you need to use your swords.
Yeah.
It's weird. I find it weird is the best way to describe.
Well, too bad, because that's how it worked.
I can already concede that this fight is sloppy. There's a really funny part that's coming up that everyone talks about. I think we're all going to be talking about it in a minute here. I do like that she's about to get stabbed through the face, and Kate manages to shoot the blade out of the way. That's cool.
That's
that
cool.
goes hard.
That is really cool. Rival, but why was it collapse? He was going in for the attack. That one is I have a lot of issue overall with the season, but this is very wishy-washy of a fight already, and I think we can all agree.
Any of reasons why it was folded up, like literally, we just don't see what happened before.
Yeah,
this.
we just cut into this fight.
That's the issue is that it's back to the like Volume 5 comparison that Raymond did. We don't have like clear lines of combat. If we did have clear lines of combat, and there's a reason why he didn't like have the shanky shank out. Why am I saying shanky shank? I don't know why.
Also, Nami says the blade disappeared in the last Jedi.
You're trying to be uwu cute in order to pacify yourself.
He's just trying to hide the fact
lion's den.
that he's secretly a goblin. He's been hiding among us this entire time. Goblins! I want to shake it.
Understandable completely. Understandable completely.
So here it is. Vi, that's a valve. They turn.
Why are you? Girl, why are you pulling?
I mean, I was gonna say, holy fuck. Okay, you can just do that. You have the strength apparently to, because like I think it's not that you just pulled this valve off. It looks like you actually ripped the metal.
Yep. She. I honestly, if any character was going to do this, it would either be
her or
like
Jace.
Brick Shithouse Jace or Vi.
Yeah.
But then again, also, Lefty Lucy. Come on.
I can 100% believe she is really, really strong with how everything goes in. Okay,
I'm remembering one of your pins, and I know exactly what you're about to bring up.
Okay, so you can take out the pin now, and I can just say it. So, big hulky boy is about what 10 feet from the place. From the carriage, right?
Yes.
So in the time that it takes like that guy to really move, and very few actions overall to like happen, Vi leaves the battle, leaves the convention center, runs up the building to get to Jace's lab. Somehow manages to run into the one guy with keys, open Jace's lab, grabs the hammer, and runs all the way back down in time enough to save Jace, and as well as like provide a warning shot to the big hulky boy.
Yeah. I thought like on first watch I was like, okay, I guess, but I was starting to question like, how did you do all of that?
She's way too fast.
No, we're not talking way too fast. We're talking she fucking like bent space and time to do any of that.
Correct.
Oh, so she has the speed force. Got it.
Exactly.
Don't stop the talk. Don't stop the talk. Don't stop the talk.
Don't stop the talk. Don't stop the talk.
It's so good.
Yeah,
but
she abandons everyone to take care of this. Like, also, how does she know where Jace's lab is? Like, she met him in the forge.
Well, is that might be his lab?
No, it's not. They're different locations.
In that case, I shrug my shoulders and I give it to you, my faithful thing. Vi has teleportation powers, I guess.
Pump those legs.
Yeah. And
What?
how would she
Pump
even
them legs, girl.
how would she even expect
Never
it to
skips
be
leg
this?
day.
I was gonna say, yeah, like it's entirely like it threw me off really with my first watch because IRL I do a lot of marathons and distance running and like I can do I've done 800s in less than 2 minutes and I'm just like, damn girl, you are making my best times look like nothing. Holy shit!
I was gonna say, like, I used to
She's an Olympic sprinter.
I used
Yeah,
to sprint
exactly.
through my high school to get to class
There's
because I was
also-
on the other side of the building, and
Uh-huh.
yeah, that ain't fun, especially when you get to the stairs. I
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
the thing
stairs
about
always the worst part.
Jace's lab is that it's specifically shown in the higher end of the big buildings. Like
Yeah.
it's one of the top parts. So like yeah, Vi is really bending space and time in order to get this, and you might say, oh well, it takes a bit.
Wait.
No, she comes back fast enough to like save Jace's life, and that being said, how she manages to get all the way around to save Jace when she could shoot Hulky Boy is a question, but I mean, good on you,
Here's a
Jace.
thought.
Good for
Does
you.
this mean that Jace's lab, memorial, and the council building are all within walking distance of one another? Like, think about it. Jace also had to take Victor back to his lab in the beginning, and that lab also isn't far from the memorial. I'm not saying that's impossible, just interesting. I presume the council building and his lab were in the same place.
It
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's what I
surprise me.
thought.
It would not surprise me if the main inventor who is on the council has his main lab close to the council chambers.
Yeah,
It's like
I think actually it's,
uh,
the council might be inside the academy.
what's the well, the simple thing that I could go for that I might be misremembering, but like isn't the chancellor's office in the like Senate building for like Star Wars?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
So
So let's get
so it's like
so it's either
perfectly
okay,
reasonable.
either a lot of time passes in this fight, like a massive
Mhm.
amount of time for her to
Yeah.
clear that distance, or she teleports.
My guess is she teleports
Oh.
because Big Hulky Boy was like 10 feet away and he's like right next to them in this scene right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no reason for them not to like.
Well, she
do what
doesn't
they
show up
need to
till
do in
near
that
the
time.
end of the fight. Like she only this is
Yeah.
Caitlyn that saves them, so there is time.
But
But okay,
Yeah,
I'll
Not
clarify
enough,
here.
Given the distance.
Even the amount of time they show us for this fight, like the
Mhm.
actual elapsed time of the episode, we're talking about 10 minutes for this fight maximum. It would not be enough time for Vi to make it all the way up there. And that's we're not showing like we're presuming that things are happening concurrently that we're seeing. So like the Jace versus Green Lady fight versus the things happening out in the main atrium.
She became a video game character and triple jumped up there.
teleport.
no, listen.
Teleport's a 5-minute cooldown, man. Come on.
No, listen. She did. She listen. She became a Mega Man character, and she just wall jumped.
Oh, you gotta be careful with that. She became a Mega Man 1 character.
Oh,
No, she became an X character. That's what I meant. That's when you can wall jump.
Oh no, she became Mega Man Legends.
well, okay.
No!
Kaiser, I think you'd appreciate this. I don't remember which Marvel vs. Capcom game it is, but like, what was that one Marvel vs. Capcom game where they were like trying to get to like something really high up, and then all the different characters list all the ridiculous ways they use to drive, like climb things, of like just stab your sword into the ground, just kick the wall until you go up, and then then Phoenix Wright says, "Oh yeah, and for the guys of us those of us who don't spend 20 hours in a gym."
Oh, that's Marvel 3. That's Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Thank you.
So yeah, we get more Jace versus the Green Lady. Ooh, I didn't mean that was the wrong button to press. I was trying to get the.
What?
Well,
Okay,
What did
Sorry
you
about
do?
I accidentally fast.
Oh,
forwarded.
jeez, yeah.
So yeah,
he made all
Jace-
of the wrong decisions. That's what he did.
Yeah, so
Oh, no.
Jace basically picks up a hammer, and like the animation on all this again, phenomenal. He runs up,
Oh yeah.
brains her twice with it, and then pauses to see her reaction to it. She just gets back up, like Jace. Okay,
Don't stop to stare. Don't stop
okay,
to stare.
I can
don't stop-
excuse the first one as a like, I'm just going to run the fuck away. No, now you are actively running forward to engage her because you know it's your only way out. Jace, keep hitting her until nothing but goop is where her head was.
Yeah.
Painting on the floor, Jace.
So it's
Yeah,
like
it's
I get that, like, what you would have, I think, would be more intimidating is if he's still hammering her and she's still moving
she's
like this
getting
very
up.
smoothly
Yeah.
through it, and it's like the hits aren't really like registering to her. It's like, okay, I need to start running again.
That is some like horror movie shit where you realize, oh fuck, I'm fighting Nemesis. Aren't
Yeah,
I?
it's like her pain and muscles are like dulled to it. Her name is Renie. Okay.
Yep, Renie.
I don't know if her name is
she's she's the mother. She's a Chem Baron in season 1.
Yes, I remember
she's
that.
the mother of the boy that Jace killed. So this is where Jace runs away and he gets a cut on his back. How deep do you guys think that cut is where I'm going with this, because I have several comments overall, but like what
it looks fairly shallow. Like, obviously it's not the deepest thing, and obviously it broke skin enough to make him bleed. I would probably say maybe like an inch in.
That's still a lot in the back.
I mean, how big are? Look at how big those fucking teeth on the chainsaws are.
Yeah, and look at the okay, pause right there, Raymond.
I'm trying to get like a non-blurry movement one. Yeah, there.
Like that is.
I mean, admittedly, some of the depth it could just be because of the fabric.
Yeah,
could, but it's
how many layers?
Oh my gosh,
so much tweed.
This is where the animation kind of both saves and hurts it. This is my like big question mark for this fight, because you can say that that's pretty shallow, but you can also say that that's pretty deep with how the lighting and the animation is. So there's a lot of wiggle room there.
We have to presume, since he can still move, it's not deep enough to cause like paralysis, so it doesn't hit bone. So I guess we could presume it's not that deep, but it looks deep, which is the problem. It's a little too severe.
That is. Like, if it was a cut and like a small line of red overall, no, that is a gash of a knife wound.
Yeah,
overall.
This is them wanting to have their cake and eat it too when it comes down to the threat of the cut.
Because
they got a little bit of anime blood going on there.
Yeah, that too. So like
exactly.
So like if that cut was actually as shown, Jace isn't moving.
Yeah,
but it's very much I can. This is me fully giving a like this is an anime blood thing, but it's something that I feel should be addressed overall.
It could also be that it's not so much that the cut is deep, but because it is enough to be bloody, that the blood is seeping out and just staining the area really fast.
Yeah, it's
okay. No, guys, I got it. This is where he keeps his ketchup packets. Like he keeps it in the back of his coat there.
So yeah, my biggest issue is that it is not clear enough, and there's a lot of evidence to say he should be paralyzed or he should be fine.
Goodbye, Kaiser. Hello, missing no.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, fucking hell, man.
Yeah. That's
also
he got finned.
Just not make the gash across the spine. That is also something like anonymous. I can kind of agree with that. Like if he had like a cut like up, say like from top down, like a scratch on say like the back of his shoulder blade, I could give it a lot of passes.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't have any issues. But it's because it's kind of akin to the like lightsaber slash that Finn takes in the Force Awakens.
Yeah.
Where it's just like,
So next up, we get more Vi making her teleportation travel up to the lab and running into the same guard that we saw Mel talking to during the first arc back in season 1.
Very, very quickly, before we get way too far away from that, I was going to say I misspoke. I meant a centimeter.
Ah,
Oh yeah, that makes much more sense.
yeah, much
Infinitely
difference between those two.
This is
Yeah, I
like
know.
I mean this is like that 3 out of 10 that I said. Like,
Haha,
okay, we
fell
have to
for
be
the old
contact-
ketchup packet in the back trick. Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
We got to go through it, my man.
So yeah, she knocks him down. Conveniently, he drops his keys. Though I don't know if she actually needs them, because she glances at them briefly, I think. No, she does. Oh no, she does. Like she looks up. Oh, keys. Oh, and I look over. There's a door. I guess that's where I was going. How did I know how to get there? So when we come back, and it has only been a second since we last saw this fight, because she's still dangling.
Which is wild.
So this is where I'm asking for Maddie. So would you agree that the Hulk guys are not really all there / this wasn't really planned or anything like that?
I would totally leverage at this point that Maddie should be
You know the puny god scene?
Yeah.
That's what Maddie should be. Maddie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she almost was, but did you see how hard she hit the ground there? Oh God.
Yeah, but still though.
Oh, the way her body bends. Oh.
Yeah, that is a bounce. Human bodies are not meant to bounce like that.
I feel like her shoulder should get fucked right there.
At minimum, as much as Fishman, Ocean Man does one of the bravest things that any man could, taking on that Goliath of a unit. No. As seen already, simple swipes, simple throwings, big Hulk guy just steps on people. Literally yeeting Maddie over his shoulder would make her a decoration on the ceiling.
Admittedly, it was
There's a ceiling?
Well,
yeah, there is. It's glass.
I was gonna say it's glass, but you get my point.
It would become stained glass.
Oh my God. But it's another thing of plot armor ?
Yeah.
I would say yes. To however you want to go for it, you can go either way. Personally, I'd say a bit of plot armor.
Yeah, I put that there too.
And then Fishman runs away. I'm trying to get my memory.
He's saved by Loris.
What an absolute fucking giga chat of a man. Hold, by the way.
Yeah, holy shit, dude.
I really like Loris, but blocking both of the smashing hands of that absolute fucking unit.
No, legitimately, learning Loris's backstory would be fucking awesome. We learned that he was a super hard worker, in the Zon mines. He was a Zonite or something like that. Or maybe he was some disgraced noble from Piltover that got sent to the mines and had to do hard work there. And he came back, became an enforcer, and he just always kept up his body weight. This man is a... we're talking the brickest of brick shit... No, steel brick shit houses.
Yeah, he's built, but... there's going to be a shot where perspective does not work, where you see the size difference between Loris and this big boy, and
it makes it
built...
even more impressive.
It's very impressive to the point where I'm just you sure you ain't superhuman, my dude? Yeah, he rivals season 1 Vander 100% in terms of raw physical power.
In fact, I would probably argue he almost certainly tops it.
I mean, there was the parallels there with him and Vander.
Yeah, overall with the facial structure.
Very intentional.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, yeah, Vi even hallucinated Vander when looking at him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't that really does feel like a plot point that just never quite coalesced.
Yeah. It's my thing with Loris is, yes, he's strong, yes, he's great. However, that strains my believability that he's able to block the first hit, but then the hulky boy brings down his other hand to just basically bash a hammer in, sort of thing.
Okay, it does also make it even more disappointing that he doesn't end up amounting to a whole lot
Yeah.
That too. Like, I'm sorry. If he was a champion, I want to play him. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah, that's a shield champions are a cool idea. They probably
I think
have
there is
them.
one.
There almost certainly
there's
is. I mean, there's like a
there's one
billion
guy with a
champions.
door. There's one guy with a door that uses a shield.
I know there's a guy.
Oh,
that,
apparently he is.
What?
Wait, what?
Wait, for real?
He's I can send the picture.
Oh, please.
Yeah, just give me 1 sec.
I just typed in Loris and I got the fucking animal.
Yeah, same. Oh, he is a champion now.
Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Why?
Let's be honest, my dude. Loris has more screen time and presence than a good chunk of the characters in LoL at this point. Let's be honest here. But
Are you a LoL Lorax, I know?
Oh,
no. I am. I was gonna say, if he's in TFT, that makes Teamfight Tactics. That makes much more sense. But
Yeah,
like in terms of lore, in terms of LoL, actually, no, I'm actually a beginner to the lore of LoL. My roommate, however, has somewhere around 5,000 hours in LoL. So
I play LOL.
LoL.
Yeah. League of Loneliness of Life.
It's TFT.
Same.
Yeah, it's TFT. It's not.
That makes much more sense. But anyway,
it's a Mystic Messenger joke.
Oh my god, that's so great. But
I love how brain rotted you are on that right now. It's like you don't understand this, guys. I was brain rotted on Silent Hill for the last couple of weeks. She's brain rotted on Mystic Messenger. We combined our brain rots, and I started creating like the monsters that would appear in the Silent Hills of the different characters in Mystic Messenger.
Yes, it was actually really good.
Okay, and speaking of Silent Hill, I just got done with the false daddy fight, or whatever.
Well,
the abstract daddy.
Abstract daddy, thank you.
You kind of have to be brain rotted in Mystic Messenger because it takes place over the course of like 2 weeks, and you have to do it throughout the day.
Amazing.
It takes place in real time.
This is amazing, personally. Also, Nami Manams for Loris. He's the Russian. But
yeah,
the next thing actually. But yes, Abstract Daddy. But we'll talk about that later. The thing that I actually wanted to compliment on this fight is that Caitlyn manages to hit a shot on the tubes, which that is a very hard shot despite being a big target because he's very fast. But among the people who can actually fight / use those guns, Caitlyn is the one person that you can totally believe would nail that shot.
Yes, I actually she is shown very proficiently here. And it makes the comment later in episode 3 where Vi doubts her accuracy. It actually does make it seem like Caitlyn could actually have made the shot on Jinx, and Vi may be wrong. Like there's a whole dynamic there that's really good.
Yeah, well, that's a thing to talk about.
Okay,
it depends on whether Vi even could see what was happening here, though. But
regardless, we then move to Jace, right?
Yeah, he's dragging himself out, and Renie is just casually, she's taking her time. She's savoring it, which is villain mistake number 1. But knowing her, she's kind of a vindictive bitch. So this is actually, I think, in character.
So the thing that I would go for is I can understand her being a vindictive bitch. Start with the legs, honey. That's what I would go for. Obviously you're monologuing. Don't get caught monologuing, yada yada. But
well, she wants to make him suffer.
Yeah. Well, that's what you said. Start with the legs.
Okay, remind me never to piss off. I know. Got it.
Oh, don't worry. I have plenty of ways to take you down, Rumble Boy.
So
would you like malware or ransomware?
Would you like water or fire?
Okay, which one's going to give me ads for hot singles in my area?
Wait, how?
Malware.
Okay, go for that one.
But
At least it'll be pretty. It'll have something nice to look at. Hopefully.
Twilight, you had
How much
something?
of an AI system do you even have? Because you're a mechanical robot, not so much a computer robot.
Mhm.
So how'd that
Man.
work?
That is true. Book versus
That-
robot. They can wall jump.
That is a question that requires more info than we have time for because we're not done with this freaking episode.
I love the
yet.
idea.
Yeah, we
I
should-
love
we
the
should finish the
idea.
episode.
I know we're getting there. I love the idea
fine.
though. Is like death battle, fight, and it's like literally just Mega Man X standing there, and then just a book that just
You know the
falls
like
over.
yeah the like the waffle falling over meme.
Yeah.
Just that with a book and just it just stands there.
So yes, as she's about to coup de grace Jace, she notices a bright flash of blue as Vi arrives to shoot her with the hammer.
Hammer.
And she manages to block it with her chainsaw and gets blown away. But it, what?
So throwing it out there, she's standing up top of Jace. Can you move it back a bit, specifically to that explosion? Because there might be some animation fuckery here. Because she's standing right on top of Jace.
You can see him.
Yeah, but that explosion, it seems like a bit of animation fuckery where he didn't get hit by the explosion. That might just be my eyes while I'm playing tricks on me.
Because she had to lift the thing in front of herself. I'd actually, in considering how it's a sphere, I think it's plausible enough that he actually didn't get hit by at least a significant blast of it.
Oh, but also, by the way, he rolls away from it as well,
Yeah,
so
that
that
helps.
can
Yeah.
explain it. Yeah, that's me not being able to see it, and I can't slow mo things.
And be like, my back injury. Oh, I guess it's not that important.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some pretty jacked guys tough through some injuries, so I'll give him a pass there.
Adrenaline is a hell of a drug.
100%.
Just Tokoyami off to the side. Oh my god, Jace, his back is gone.
Start a
so
whole
glad.
flame war with the My Hero Academia fandom with that one.
Literal flame war.
Yeah, hi, Vi. Okay, so my only plausible justification for how this ended up working out, she got...
Landing strategy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she ran to the lab, broke a window somewhere, jumped down, and used the hammer to land.
So
Yeah.
the thing that I would counter for that is we directly see she doesn't exactly know how to fire that thing without like getting lucky, for lack of a better term.
Parkour.
Hardcore.
Okay.
Yeah, actually,
No,
you know
but
what?
still.
Actually,
her parkour.
you
is
know what?
remarkable.
Actually, literally, she throws it out the window and then parkours down.
I
Yeah.
honestly, I can see that. At the same time, though, I do not believe that she was fast enough.
Yeah, I
at
was
all.
gonna say I still don't think she's fast enough to make it. That's
Oh, yeah, no,
so
no.
hard.
It's just an explanation. I never said it was
so-
viable.
It
No,
helps.
no.
It helps bring it within a realm of some reasonability, but it's nowhere near enough.
I, for one,
Yeah.
want to see Vi yeeting that hammer like fucking Mjolnir and parkouring after it. That looks like an amazing scene, honestly. I want to see that, actually.
Yeah, that would actually have been
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah, also, Vi has been doing like parkour, and she's been doing that or like throughout Vaughn since like season 1, episode
Yeah.
1 sort of thing. So like totally
Yeah.
believable stuff. But
Yeah.
still though.
That's why I mentioned it.
Thank you. But good on you for being fast enough to hit that. Also, by the way, look at the size of that boy right now, and look at everyone else.
Yeah, he was not that large earlier. They're
not at
making
all.
him bigger for emphasis.
I was gonna say, is that emphasis like that? It feels weird personally, but what have you.
Is this the discussion about Amu's room all over again?
Oh my god.
There was a whole thing with like
Sorry,
Amu.
what?
They in the manga there was some cheating with Amu's room that was happening. It was like a little weird. There was some jank
Yeah,
to how
we-
it was portrayed.
Raymond and I had a big discussion over it, and like whether or not it was a genuine error versus like maybe something weird going on with the perspective, or
Yeah.
maybe even a little
I mean,
bit of
one
both.
of the things that was like, oh, they changed which way the fucking planks faced. That was a choice.
Amazing.
Um,
And again, several issues with this fight scene. However, Vi immediately goes to try and fire with the hammer. Can't get it to work. But Jace like fixes the latch and everything so it can load and like helps her stabilize it, which I really like.
Yes, and it
Yeah,
also
it's good.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it also hammers home for him that they do need hex tech weaponry. They like it's what basically convinces him and hammers home his doubts that they need to actually start building into hex tech weapons.
Hammer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, after this, he makes Caitlyn's gun, right?
He makes Caitlyn's gun. He makes a hex tech shield. He makes the whatever
Hex
fish
tech-
guy uses.
And a hex tech smoke grenade
Or
thingy.
a grenade launcher, which I know how that works. Jesus Christ, can you imagine hex tech grenades? I mean, I don't have to.
Yes, actually, yes. Yeah, I was gonna say yes. We see them in episode 9, but they miss because Caitlyn gets a good shot on everything. There's a big
further
like
hammering home
charge.
that normal firearm cartridges are not doing the trick.
No, not at all. Because she's hitting this glass at the exact same spot where the guy's head should be, and it's not cracking.
Well, yeah, it's not only is she hitting the spot where the head should be, she's hitting the spot multiple times. She's actually like further reducing the actual like strength of it, and it's still not cracking. It's actually very resistant. So it actually builds really well towards the idea is like we're not armed enough with our typical weaponry. We're actually being outpaced now.
Yeah, 100%.
And so they all line up for the shot. There's this big drama thing. These guys off to the side, they're killing other enforcers. That's what they're doing. And
yeah, they are.
Okay, so Loris is blocking
it's
one.
Wide.
One's running for Maddie, and then oh no, he's not killing. That's fish guy who's ducking under and like he's side tackling it out of the way. Fish guy is a beast.
God.
Yeah, I was going to mention that of like, what the fuck is Fish Guy on? Because like, absolute
power
fucking
scale
unit.
Ocean man.
He's on
Power
flakes,
scale
man.
Ocean
He's on
man
that
right
fish
now.
flake diet.
Unironically, if we power scale Ocean Man in this exact moment, like his physicality is equal to Vi.
But
like,
yeah,
fucking hell, man.
so it for all the way they put up the good fight, it's looking pretty dire, and it's like, oh, this shot is going to be the thing that saves them. Until we get, do we get any reflection in here? Any interesting reflections? Like the Shimmer guy is noticing the shot being lined up, and he's smart enough to try and avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, he is.
then, boom.
Yeah, like it fires, and all the spears come in, and the like Noxian weapons come in, and all that craziness.
Well, the spears
and
come in first. Well, the first spear comes in, knocks the guy aside. The shot is fired by the hammer, and it misses him.
Yeah,
that's the order. And we get this really cool like shot of it blowing outside.
And some people might say, wait a second, spears can get through those that armor without like when bullets couldn't. To which which I would respond, all of those spears have rune magic on them. We see them both flying through, and explicitly later with Rickus or Rictus,
yeah.
Later with his runes, and eventually Ambessa's as well.
Yes, they're all
thrown by battle-hardened super Spartans.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, this is the elite guard and Ambessa, like a general of Noxus. So like this is the top tier of Noxus, taking their shot for kill shots, which is 100% accurate. Like, feel free.
Yes.
Feel free.
And Ambessa finishing off Renie, killing her. And
before she can talk,
we're tying up loose ends on her actual involvement in things.
So, would you like to talk about a specific thing? And I want the panel's issue. I take personal issue with this, but I want the panel's issue. If we can talk about Ambessa's involvement in this in particular.
Okay, let's talk about it. Why not? What's the problem?
Is it a problem that Ambessa goes out of her way not to really give Jace some protection when he is the one person that she can guarantee say right now who is conscious that can make hex tech weaponry and everything else like that, because everything with Renie was poised to kill Jace, and Jace is 100% needed for quick and expedient stuff for like creation of hex tech weaponry and the overall militarization of Piltover? Like, is it like this entire plan, as we see, is facilitated by Mbessa, like to stoke the war and everything? And by the way, I am 100% on board with her, like going behind everyone's back and stoking that war and everything. However, Jace, right now, you can say, oh, the entire city of Piltover is filled with scientists that can use hex tech. However, you are risking the 100% guarantee to like make your weapons. You're risking your 100% on a gamble, knowing that both Victor and Jace are head and shoulders above everyone in the quote unquote city of Progress.
Okay. That's an interesting perspective on it. I think it's more so because he has also been one of the most open advocates against hextech weaponry. That's actually a very well-known fact. I think it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, you can't guarantee his cooperation. So even if he lives, there's no guarantee whether or not you're going to get what you want out of him, and you'll still have to turn to other people, even if you get technically access to that kind of technology. So I think it's more of a
orchestrating all this.
If he lives, if he dies, it doesn't matter, and also we kind of have to give the people that we're manipulating what we promised them in some way. We got to give them like kind of a shot. I'm not.
I would say that it's she probably would prefer it if Jace lived because he is intelligent and he did create all of this by himself with Victor. But if he dies, she no longer has somebody in her way from creating the hex tech, and she has full control over just walking into his lab, grabbing all of his notes, and then finding somebody else to just look at his notes.
Yeah, and we understand later, we learn later that people can't recapture the magic, but it's sort of like it's an acceptable risk that does end up not panning out for her, and that's, I think, part of her frustration.
Yeah, like to like sort of quote rival to get to my full point. She's risking the guaranteed asset on again.
He's not a guaranteed asset.
Large.
Dude,
so
like that's the issue I take contention with is like he's by far not a guaranteed asset because one, he could say I'm not going to help you and thus you have to force him into it, and two, he could actively sabotage your efforts if he was not compliant. Like if in any way, which could be even more detrimental because he could destroy all of his research notes. He could actively destroy the active the hex crystals. He could destroy, quite literally, he could turn the weapons on you now. Like that's also a risk. Like I think so I think her handling it in the if he lives, he lives, if he dies way. I don't think weighing the options, it's all that different in every direction.
Okay.
Especially given all of the possible benefits as a result of this plan. Like, okay, if Jace dies, then of course that's a loss of a great mind and able to create the hex tech, which means they'll have to debatably go back to square, let's say 5 with whatever researchers are still in Piltover. But with this plan panning out, if this plan pans out, you not only can scare Jace into thinking, okay, we need hex tech in order to protect the city, but now we also have everybody up in arms to try to like fight off Zaun as a whole, and who knows a number of things that I'm missing right now, but you get the point.
I do get that. The thing that I have with it is that we see like Jace is willing to create hex tech weaponry after this in particular. This is a catalyst moment to like make him change his mind and everything. I'm fully on board with that. The issue is that he's in such an vulnerable position when an easy workaround to this would be like have people at least guard Jace, give him the scare, and Mbessa's already going to be whispering sweet nothings into Caitlyn. Have her and Caitlyn pressure Jace into doing what he was eventually going to do. Mbessa has all of her cake and gets to eat it without risking Jace, who
there's also
when I say guaranteed asset, I did not mean guaranteed asset of like he's totally going to do it. I meant guaranteed asset as in he is 100% capable and shown to make hex tech weaponry. That's where I'm going with that.
The other contention would be is how do we know that she didn't have all that set up? Because they were perfectly primed to actually charge in there. And yeah, well, he got injured, but like the guarantee with the skill that we know of these people, maybe they were just looking for him to get roughed up enough for them to jump in.
That is 100% possible. To which I would
respond. A big risk,
it's a big risk, big craziness. The issue, although every single thing comes back to it's your boy pacing and rushing. If we had a scene of like say like it's episode 3 where it's revealed like Mbessa's like involvement in this. Yeah. If there was a scene of like say Rictus in particular being in the shadows watching Jace crawl away from Ronnie there, then I'd be 100% fine with this. Because there isn't is where the contention comes from.
Okay.
Mbessa just knows who has plot armor and who doesn't.
Well, that's also true. She has plot armor vision. Have you seen that mask? That's the Noble Phantasm looking motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, let's try
Don't remind me of
does anyone have any more points on Mbessa's plans here?
No.
She knows that she has
Not
plot
visible.
armor too.
Yeah.
Oh, that is very true, yes.
110%.
So we get the aftermath of this battle, and we're seeing all the everything ruined and in disarray. Vi's looking at the destruction. She sees Mbessa and Rictus. Mbessa kind of glares at her a little bit because Mbessa is like, not entirely sure exactly what that means. I guess she understands what Vi's relationship with Caitlyn is. I mean, we kind of got that. Maddie and Fishman looking over Caitlyn for injuries, which I guess is fine.
The other thing for Mbessa glaring at Vi is that Vi is a current unknown factor / uncontrolled factor, where if like say everything went to plan for Mbessa, like in Noxus saving the day, all the credit to like saving basically the remaining council of Peltover is on Noxus, but now it has to basically share the limelight with Vi pulling her warp shenanigans.
Right.
So
Also,
that
she can
might be a thing.
teleport, as she clearly demonstrated.
Exactly. Like
It's gonna
teleporters,
be a huge factor.
horrible people to fight against, man. Come on.
Yeah, have you ever
Have you
seen
seen that
Jumper?
Nightcrawler scene?
They jumpers.
Yeah, Jumper reference in this year of our
Oh my
Lord
God.
2024.
Oh boy.
Vi catching up with Caitlyn and realizing that Caitlyn is going off the deep end,
Mhm.
like realizing what this is doing to her, and trying to talk her down and realizing is that it's not working. This isn't functional, and she's worried now that Kate won't be able to call off the invasion.
I was gonna say my only issue is wow, like the emphasis on like Kate's mouth when she says like those animals and everything. I was like, wow, I wonder where we're going with this particular character. It's not subtle at all.
I mean, it doesn't have to be subtle, but yeah.
No, it doesn't. That's a personal like pet peeve personally. It's not even like in my notes. It's just something that I realize. Ah, crud! I don't exactly overly like that. I don't like sledgehammers on my subtleties.
I don't know how like I love this, like the honesty that's always shared. It's like very much Caitlyn always bears her soul. I think they both really do. And like there are a lot of their issues I think come from misunderstanding one another even when they're trying to be as honest as possible. It's
Yeah.
it's kind of that's a nice level of tragedy because like so often you have misunderstandings between characters that don't need to be there, and I imagine you probably have a couple that are going to come up. But like, I feel like this is them at the very least. They always make the attempt to understand one another, and after a point.
Yeah, there's I have issues with several like Vi and Kate scenes later down the line, but this one right here I perfectly understand. Like this is again as Kate says, like this is a memorial, like what the actual fuck, which I 100% agree with. I think any moral person would agree with that. Like you don't do that.
Yeah, legit.
The and like the way they're comforting each other, or way that Vi is comforting her and being like, hey, the hole doesn't go away, it only gets smaller, or which is, I mean, it's so
reference
true.
to the it's the reference to the pain of her mom, the devastation that's happened. It's one of the lines I really like overall in this season.
Yeah. And Kate
Cinch has most of the other ones. Sorry.
Kate apologizing for putting the badge on Vi, and it's like, and it just admitting that she doesn't want to go after Jinx alone because, you know, someone's coming back in a box otherwise. And she like, what I like about that is like the implication that Kate doesn't want to kill Jinx. Like there is some rational part of her brain that's like, I don't want to have to kill her. I don't want that to happen because I know how important she is. Like either because she's important to Vi or because of her own moral standing. Like she doesn't feel like this person who's clearly broken. Like there's something there. Maybe she's like, she doesn't feel comfortable with that. And I find that very interesting because of how she seems to wrestle with that so hard.
Yeah. The way that I took it actually is that she fully understands that if she goes alone, the determination and her like the entire situation will push her to like suicidal ends. And like that will make her tip over the edge. So she is desperately asking, "Hey, Vi, for lack of a better term." Anchor. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And I love this. It's like this is such a solid dynamic between them for this first arc. Which I have no doubt you're going to say is rushed, which I can understand.
I have issues with certain things being rushed. This particular dynamic, I have no issues with.
Okay.
Yeah, like no, the dynamic and how it's like overall built right now, no issues.
Yeah, I was gonna say like actually this is the scene that I think really solidified Vi x Kate for me. Like as much as I kind of shipped them last season, I didn't think they were particularly well built to. Now it's like, oh, the way they're talking to each other, the way they're having this conversation and comforting each other, I get it. The vibe has clicked, and it's like they did it well before they had the actual full-on romantic scene that's going to be coming up in episode 3.
Take that, Bumblebee.
Yeah. Moody music playing, and by that you mean Heavy is the Crown by
Heavy is the Crown. Sorry.
What the fuck was that? That was not Heavy is the Crown.
Yeah. I have no idea.
It's the new Linkin Park song, and I actually really love this rendition of it. I wish there was a full version of this rendition. It's so good.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh wait, there isn't? Fuck.
Yeah, there's just the rock version that Linkin Park has. The one in Arcane is part of the official Arcane soundtrack. Soundtrack / OST, and that hasn't been released yet. I don't think.
Also, I think this is all the history of the Kiermans, who seems like a matriarchal family with how they seem to focus on the women, which makes sense considering the mother was the councilman. And I love them. There are we get to see different ages of clothing for Piltover, which is neat, and how you can tell like the history of it, like one that's in the background very naturally, which actually might be out near that retreat.
It wouldn't surprise me if their house was like one of the first big manors built on that particular garden.
Considering what we learn in episode 3 based on what's happening in this scene, they are integral to the fucking city.
Oh yeah, they are one of the, if not the most important of like overall family for the city overall. God, I keep saying overall. God damn it.
Was the same one as In the End, like the one they did for that Magic the Gathering commercial? I don't know. I've never seen that Magic the Gathering commercial.
That is such a sick commercial, dude.
It is good. It is good.
Okay.
But,
no, I might have actually. I might have.
A Wars for the Spark. That sounds neat, but at least I will say with this particular scene, it's Caitlyn using the key and getting access to the Kierman files, which will get access to all of the war crimes.
Yep. So
And
we see this pop up, and it's like a rudimentary, like steampunk, I would guess, or I guess tech. I don't know what you would call it, a diesel punk kind of computer system that uses these colored slides that you can store. This is dope as fuck. It's one of the coolest things. I love seeing the history of Piltover through a lot of these, like these old Piltover maps of like, oh, it used to be this medieval keep, and we
like
zoom
it's a
in.
church keep, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude, if there's like in a medieval Batman, I want it to be exactly like this. If it's not, it's gonna that whatever the adaptation is, it's gonna lose a point automatically. I don't make the rules.
I mean, both Twy and I can attest, like the detail on a good chunk of like historical maps and for like different keeps, they are like exactly like that, and they're very detailed to the point where you can like just flap that out and say do this, this, and this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like it's fully with the times. I love
Is this a reference to another character? I imagine, like this rudimentary gas mask system. I have to imagine it's like a reference to.
I could not tell you. I'll embark on beating the knowledge out of my resident lore nerd of a roommate.
Oh wow,
Yes,
we
your
only
Lorax.
get like only a couple of frames of this of Jace.
Yeah,
that's a
the
bit disorienting.
Indeed, it is. We also don't get to see what eventually will be the Gray overall, but as for the Raven, also, oh, you said Jace. I thought you said Jinx. God damn, my hearing's off. But like, yeah, that Raven everything and the like flash on Caitlyn right now. I think the Raven is connected to another LoL champion. There's a particular like fear-based one. It's not Fiddlesticks, but it's like a Raven guard.
Yeah, I know about Fiddlesticks.
I cannot wait.
Clean out your ears. Don't get the wax into your tea.
What the fuck?
All the way back to the opening of the letters, man. Come on.
Yeah.
But I do like the overlay here with the face of what the Gray is depicted as over Caitlyn, because they didn't, it's like I will become the Gray, I will become the poison. It's like that's fascinating. Of course, Jace making her choice, making his choice to make weapons. Sallow being like, oh my god, we've been forced underground, which was one thing that I love, is that now I think presumably they are lower than anyone in Zon, which I find
they're
really cool as an idea.
The distinction that is probably that Piltover and Zon is like a giant mining veil of like of the mountain right there, and they're just like lowering themselves into the lower parts of the mountain as like a security precaution, which I am 100% on board with.
Yeah, and I like there's the symbolism is like you have been driven lower than your enemies. You've been driven lower, well, than the people that you have kept low your entire time. It goes back to that whole, this is the first time that it's rained on a Pilty in a while, that sort of thing.
Parallels.
Swain is the Noxian general dude or whatever. His gimmicks is the six-eyed crow from the ending.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sweet. Thank you.
I was going to say that was going to be brought up at some point. So we're going through here. And it's like everyone's like wondering how it happened, and the idea gets floated that every measure secure it. There's someone that's been slipping them information. There's been help from up here, and we get the shot of Ambessa, which not so subtly indicates to us.
Yeah.
Not
my favorite. Okay.
I think it's fine because she's been sussy all this.
It's fine, but I'm just like, again, sledgehammer subtlety. It's like Arcane, you're better than this. Come on, darling.
No, I wouldn't call this sledgehammer subtlety. Like, I would say that it's probably like a more of a hammer than like a smaller hammer instead of a sledgehammer. But
So we're like, if only they had explicitly told us with some very obvious cut that Ambessa was protecting Jace. Now this on the other hand, this is sledgehammer.
Well, to be fair, that was his suggestion for episode 3 during the flashback.
Yeah,
where we learn things.
that was the flashback where we learned things.
Yeah,
but
it's like where all subtlety goes down the drain.
that being said, though, Fat Man, fair play. I can admit that.
I was gonna say, like, I would have preferred is if this shot also had Sallow in it. Because because I would have thrown, me and Fatman were talking about it. It's like, oh, it's so obviously Mbessa, but it could be Sallow, it could be Jada Pinkett Fring over there.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Well, I was gonna say, but
The,
like but yeah, it ended up being Mbessa. If they had Sallow in the shot too here, somehow, I don't know how you would have structured that. Not only would it be like
She's
throw off the
carrying him
scent,
over her
yeah.
shoulder.
Well, not only would it have like actually thrown off the scent to be like, okay, be either one of them. It turns out it's kind of both of them to a limited extent because Sallow is working for Mbessa.
The real shot that I would kind of like is like frame it that like Mbessa is like standing over him in such a way that it's angled like she's sort of a puppet master behind him. Like, if that would be my like dream shot for that particular thing.
Maybe.
So your contention is the camera angle.
Well,
I guess.
As long as the camera is positioned in a particular way, then it is not sledgehammer subtlety.
Hey, I would probably say the exact same thing for that, but at the same time, I'm not really calling it the worst thing in the world. But it's this case that I'm being so hard on the direction because there's a lot of really fucking great shots in season 1 with how the camera is positioned. My easiest go-to is Silco talking at Vander's statue, and you can see Jinx behind the statue.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that.
I mean, I always go to that one shot of Powder at the very beginning where she's like backed by the sky. Like, there's something so striking about that image.
It is like my second favorite shot of the episode.
It is good stuff.
So anyway, they're basically like, okay, we got to figure out what's going on here. And then Caitlyn comes in and is like, we're not prepared for a full-scale invasion. The Undercity's attack proved that. And Zello's like, what the fuck are you doing here? And she's like, I'm the daughter of, I'm my mother's daughter. I'm going to be here. And I'm also a decorated veteran. You're not stopping me.
Also, throwing this out there, she does steamroll the council here overall, but as far as we're aware, we don't know how successions go in terms of like council positions. And because we know in season 1, I had a long conversation with a friend about this in particular. We know specifically that like it's houses that are giving council seats and everything like that. So
yes.
It's very possible that Caitlyn got her mother's council position and she is pushing this, as well as having the backing of another council member who is still on in Jace. I like the listen up, motherfuckers, I'm the one talking here.
Personally, bad boss bitch.
Yeah, bad boss bitch, go for it.
Also, my god, that fit upgrade.
Yeah,
the
please.
beret, yes.
I think that's actually one of her skins, but
it has to be at this point.
Exactly. But if there was I would prefer it if there was a line saying that, like, I have assumed the council position, I carry the vote of my fellow council member Jace, and she basically goes like, so she comes into the table to steamroll, basically like, okay, 2 council members here, we're steamrolling this conversation, 2 votes for this. Anyone want to fucking test me right now? Like something like that would make it flow better, but overall with the demanding scene, I fully get behind the fact that after all the shock and all the awe and everything, and we also know that Silo is kind of a slimy little shit.
Sorry, just a very small thing in terms of like, yeah, I love her being like a bad boss bitch and all that kind of stuff, but she still is like a very prim and proper lady. So it kind of makes sense to me that she would like start off a little bit softer instead of just steamrolling everything.
Yeah, but it's
just proper etiquette.
Oh yeah, 100%. But like if she threw in that she was like she had her mother council position, which I fully I'm honestly on the fence of. I can go either way, but like she can say she has hers. She has her mother's council vote as well as Jace's with the fact that he's the one that made her gun. So obviously he's on board with what she's about to do. So like that's again the power of like 2 council votes to like not. Steamroll might be.
I was gonna say I think like that's one of those like devil in the details
really
that would
push-
bog,
yeah,
that would
to
bog
really-
down the scene, which is I think is
to really
I-
push it.
I would say that, like, to reiterate to the council who know how this stuff works, that she has taken over her mother's position. That's a little bit of like, you know,
as you all know.
yeah,
Well-
as you all knowing.
At the
As you
same
know,
ti-
Bob, yeah.
At the same time, though, it does establish her position overall in the council, and it also, the thing that I was going for, if it establishes her in as a member of the council here, it makes the like ascension to full blown dictator, later, come across a little bit more naturally overall because like they're effectively ascending a sitting member of the council to like true ruler of Piltover. For
True,
lack of a
but
better
like
term.
my argument here is just like they're in a time of crisis, and like she is stepping up as the prime, the lead officer of their main military /
Branch.
police forces. So it's
Yeah,
like
I'm fine.
she's just like, yeah, I'm in fucking charge. I know what we're doing. Here's the plan. We're doing it. And it's like but what if we want to argue? Is like you don't get that option.
Yeah, it's I feel this is entirely because I think that Arcane is a level of writing and quality that they can fit this in. It's only a like a right here saying with the council, like her seat on the council, yada yada. It stops a lot of questions later. But overall, not a bad scene at all.
Yeah, and she lays out what the plan is. They're going into Zon. They're going to locate Jinx, dismantle Shimmer, and neutralize any agents still loyal to Silco. So basically, they're going to go in and they're going to root shit out.
Mm-hmm.
And the way they're going to do this is because Jace has produced for them hex tech weaponry, dedicated hex tech weaponry, things that are meant to actually go pew pew, which are sick as fuck.
The way that you said that, oh
The
my
pew
God.
pew.
Yes.
The big
Yeah.
pew pews.
Well, if he goes shink shink, I go pew pew.
Yeah.
And of course,
I know-
right when the
goes
music
bam,
kicks
bam.
in, we get the reveal, as we got in one of the teaser trailers, of a certain someone wearing a badge and stepping
Uh-huh.
up in
Yeah.
front.
Vi just changes her status to Blue Lives Matter.
Mhm. Yeah, I am still on the fence of like I understand completely that the situation at the memorial like pushes her, but I still think there should have been a scene of her like looking at the like uniform, something like that, to really like come to terms with the fact that she's going to be seen by everyone in Zon with this on. Like it's fine to happen in the background. I fully admit that, but at the same time, it wouldn't hurt, and also would like answer several questions that come up later.
Wait, several. Okay, well, we'll have to save that
Yeah,
until later.
I
But I
one-
feel like
I've always gotten the feeling that this is not. She is always maintaining on the cusp of whether or not she is in fact an enforcer. I think this is more of a like she is barely an enforcer right now. She's willing to wear the uniform in order to join this strike team, which is only ever commanded by Kate, who is clearly fucking in charge, who she trusts. It's like there's a level of like very specific circumstances, and the minute that she loses Kate's trust, which is what we see at the end of episode 3, it's the minute the badge comes off. And I completely understand exactly how that works.
Yeah, my issue with it, and we'll get to it eventually, is that like Jinx brings out the question of like, oh, you threw in with like the blues eventually, and Vi doesn't give her a really good answer with that, but that's a particular conversation.
Because she insults, like they're back to insulting each other. They're not. It's another instance of like they're not actually. It's actually a great emphasis of what happens. They're talking at each other. They're not really talking with each other.
Which is a overall issue we'll get to because Jinx and Vi teaming up, several issues.
Well, we'll get there. That's a long,
yes.
long.
As for,
let's not get into that.
100%.
I don't even know.
I was not getting into it. I'm sorry.
Why you brought it up.
It's fair. It's fair because like we're talking about like how these different dynamics are playing out in the future. It's okay that he mentioned it. Well, should we put a pin for that one?
Sure, go for it.
I'll add that to the counter, and hopefully this fucking UI doesn't glitch out again.
It'll kill you eventually soon. One of these days, this pin will destroy us all.
Done. There we go.
We're
We're back up to 6 pins.
That's why next week you just need to actually have all the pins on your person.
Oh God, I should.
Yeah. So, yes, this is the last shot, and of course we renew that complaint that Loris, Maddie, and Fishman don't really have a
Who
reason.
are you people?
Yeah, why are you guys here? Like, okay, Loris earned it. Maddie maybe earned it. Fishman, you grabbed the pickaxe.
I mean, you stole the Hulk guy for a tiny bit, sure.
I guess, but of the 3 extras, as I'll call them, I'll take Loris over the other 2 because goddamn.
Well, I mean,
at least we can say that like Ambessa probably like did something to get her on the team.
Yeah, well, no, I was gonna say Maddie is just trying to tap that ass right now. She's trying to honey trap, so that's why she's probably like oh no, you want to do this? Oh no, I'm so inspired. You're so inspiring, guys. Help inspire me more by putting me on your team. I helped. You got ragdolled. I helped.
Which is a lot more than a good chunk of other enforcers you're in, kid.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the others didn't exactly hold up. I really wish we got more of them instead of the montage. And I love this shot of Jace, who he is so fucking like broken.
Done.
And juxtaposed to me.
Wait a fucking minute. Is his forge in the same fucking room as Victor? Or is that just like a convenient like cut? Because I don't think it's actually in the same room.
I could not tell you, man. I could not tell you.
I'm pretty sure that's like this room anyway is like the same room in which like Victor, Jace, Victor and Jace were like doing a lot of their different experiments, particularly like introducing some of their hex tech stuff to Heimerdinger in season 1. So.
Yeah, I don't think it's a cut because the light does not reflect it.
I think the forge is a different
because the forge is incredibly dark, and if he was there, look how much that thing glows. You would be able to see that glow on him.
I was gonna say, look, you can tell someone's been in the goon cave. All right.
Yeah.
You can just tell.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
So yes, and we get indication that Victor is about to wake up, which we'll see the repercussions of in the next episode. But then we get the quote-unquote after credits, which I hate how Netflix does these things where we have to have it before the credits because they move on after the credits, which is kind of like really kind of a dick move to everyone that worked really hard on these movies and shows. When you think about it, it's like we're just gonna skip you right past the credits. It doesn't matter if the credits are cool or well animated or something like that, like a James Bond or a Marvel film that has those really neat credit ends. Like, just gonna skip me right past it? Fuck you. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Anarchy Hamster Singe is going jungling.
Yes. Thank you for repeating the Danny Mata joke. Yes, I do watch Danny Mata.
Ah, yes.
But yes, Singed out here. Basically, he's fishing for a new pupper, for a couple of puppers, and so he found those 2 wolves from Norse mythology, and he's gonna
Skull and Hati.
Yeah, Skull and Hati. He's like, all right, here's some of that delicious knockout juice you guys so totally love, and that's where the episode ends. I'm pretty sure. Yep.
Yep. The only thing I can really say to that is, do you guys think that that was like the genetic base for Warwick?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was the whole idea, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
Why did I question it like that?
Yeah.
Listen, you just afraid that Vander has 2 wolves inside him.
It's the criticism brain rot. I know nothing.
It's what? Sorry.
It's the criticism
No,
brain rot.
you want to know what the
No.
biggest brain rot was? At the end of one of the episodes, Fatman was like looking through the credits, and for like one of the foreign language ones, he just saw.
Oh god, I saw a bunch of names that apparently they're just like background character or
Well,
additional
yeah,
voices.
but like he didn't realize that they were the character and not the actor. So he's like, "Look at this! Look at this guy playing like."
Yeah. Like all these different roles. It's like, oh no, I flipped that in my
Yeah,
head.
Well, like everything. So Mange is just everybody.
yeah. It was hilarious. I was just like, Fatman, are you stupid?
Oh my god, man.
Oh.
Because like I was watching the credits go by, and for like all the other languages, I could tell like, okay, yeah, character over here, actor over here, and then it was just one of them where I'm like, why is the same actor playing all these different? Oh,
No. Why are all me? You said that out loud, and then I corrected you.
yeah, no, it was just like I got the dumb.
He's got the dumb.
Okay.
To be fair, I think that was after our first recording session. 3 hours of recording is rough.
Oh god, it was more than
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
like
let's be honest. It's been 3+ hours for us, and it might just be me and my pages fraying. But you've obviously heard me mess up a few things.
Oh no, I am right there with you. I am brain. This was one episode. We
Woo.
fiddled an entire episode for 4.5 hours.
Oh boy.
Oh, and
Yeah.
we're only going to get more into it. Okay. I overall still really like this episode. I think it is not as strong as the beginning of season 1. I think season 1's beginning is much stronger.
At least
overall.
mechanically, anyway.
Yeah, mechanically speaking. We beat EFAP's
that's your
record.
opinion.
Okay, I saw that EFAP was
That
starting
is-
to cover Arcane. What?
Of course you.
I haven't watched it. I haven't seen actually. Are they starting Arcane?
Oh yeah, no, they've already covered Act 2.
Oh, shit.
And I have no idea how. So I'm actually kind of curious. Like I'm still on their movie trivia episode, so I need to.
I see.
The next one is
Covered
Arcane
this,
Act
yeah.
1.
I am
Neat.
interested because they like in EFAP clips did release on like Wolf's channel and shit with the EFAP highlights, and I have it in my watch later list. So I'm probably gonna watch that shit tomorrow or listen to it just to see like okay what's gonna hold up. What will probably come up in the next time we talk about this. So that'll be interesting.
Oh, 100%. And also, it's just the case of.
Oh, they
wonder-
only managed to cover 4 and 5 last stream. Oh God!
Oh, Jesus. That's okay. Did I suddenly become a member of like EFAP with how I wrote my notes for the criticisms? Like, I feel like I might have seen them in the same view as the EFAP guys.
I'm scared now to like you're pointing out some
Oh,
things. I'm like,
boy.
oh yeah, it's going to be an interesting EFAP to watch.
Well, I mean, so by the way, to everyone still in chat, 1, thank you so much, and 2, if you're not subscribed to Kaiser's channel, go subscribe, please. And 3, like as always, I am 100% playing a bit.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I'm 100% playing a bit of just like, oh, everyone's bullying me up here. No, everyone here, I have nothing but respect and friendship for. So, like, don't worry. I don't
Especially
think.
Batman, who is
I don't think anyone.
I was
I
gonna
don't
say
think
if we
anyone-
bully anyone here, it's Fat Man.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, it's a great time, and I personally just hope I haven't been ruining everything for everybody.
Do you guys
Nice.
think it's funny that
But when I say interrupt by interrupting people, because I just did it right there with you, Raymond.
Sorry.
I mean, Raymond has interrupted you right back, so it's
Yeah.
fine.
How dare
Look,
you, Celtic?
Hey,
Come on,
Look, it's because we share the brain cell, man.
come on, give it back then.
No, my brain cell.
It's my turn with the brain cell. No, it's my
Mom
turn.
said I could use the brain cell.
No. Okay, Twy, who gets the brain cell?
She is not my
You
mom.
guys-
Okay, that's crossing a couple of lines there that we don't need to.
No. Let's hold off. She's not the mom here. She's the one that puts me in the ritual circle and you in the pound whenever you go crazy. So clearly she's the one in charge of both, the one in charge of both of us. So clearly she's the one that needs to figure this out. And I'm
I
trying.
own you both.
Oh fuck.
Christ.
Okay, so hey, Raymond, real talk. In that tone of voice, did you like believe it for a second?
I can't answer that on stream.
It was this close to making you crack, boy.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for watching. Does anyone here have any projects they want to announce? Anything they have coming out they want to support?
Sure. In my case, thank you to everybody who showed up here. Currently, we are at 6K subs on the channel. I want to get at least one more K higher by the end of this year. So anyone who is already subscribed, keep doing so and share my videos around. By the way, my response to Michaela Orchard's Arcane video has, as far as I know, has reached 65K subs.
Ooh.
So we absolutely annihilated the views of her original fucking video, which is so funny.
Hell yes.
So yeah, thank you to everybody who's been enjoying that. If y'all are watching anyways, be sure to share my channel and videos around. Helps out a lot. And of course, donate to my Patreon or Ko-Fi whenever and however you get the chance to. One thing, two projects coming up. One is gonna be my newest video, which I'm gonna be hard at working at tomorrow, so I can get it done by the end of the week as the video for the month. It's gonna be Arcane Season 2 related, specially delivered. It's one I've been playing for a bit that I knew is gonna be a subject that came up this season. So hope you guys enjoy that. Hopefully that should come out this week. And also, this Friday, I'm going to be responding to a very, very, very interesting video. I'm going to make a full announcement on that tomorrow in my community post, so stay tuned for that.
Oh my god. The Love Hypothesis is getting a film.
What?
Sorry, what?
Excuse you?
The Love Hypothesis, aka the Raylo fanfic.
Yeah.
Oh,
What?
Yeah.
A
Okay.
feature film of Allie Hazelwood's The Love Hypothesis, a novel that was originally a Raylo fanfiction, is in the works. Source Deadline.
My
Oh,
God.
my God.
I
Amazing.
have never been more excited in my life.
Ooh.
That
See,
sounds like it's
Jen-
going to be a beautiful car crash.
That woman has so many books on Amazon. Like, holy shit.
I'm kind of impressed, honestly.
Yeah. I wonder if she kind of just like craps all these out.
Wouldn't
Like-
surprise me.
I'm not going to compare her to fucking Colleen Hoover, who I
Oh.
think has stopped writing books. Also, another book, like anything written by Colleen Hoover, I'm never going to put in my mouth.
All right.
Oh my God.
Fat Man Twy, do you have anything you want to promote?
That man, go ahead.
No, I've never made a video in my entire life.
Fat Man, we're on a live stream. not in
Check my
court.
channel. Go subscribe, and I'll prove it. No, stuff is coming. Stuff is on the way.
Well, I've just been doing live streams, except for when I spent the time that I was supposed to be live streaming watching Arcane instead. So I'm gonna be restarting that. I'm gonna be trying to focus on my Digimon video, starting up with revamping my old video and then releasing it in smaller chunks. So look forward to that. And then I'll really buckle down on the part 2 of my Digimon video, and that's probably going to be all that I'm really going to be doing. I have no idea how long that's going to take, though, because as I've demonstrated, it takes me about a month to do an hour's worth of editing.
To be fair, editing takes a while.
Yeah,
It does.
It's
It
so
takes
brutal.
so long.
And I don't have any channel to really say, but I can end that with a yet. I am about halfway through the script for what will eventually be my first YouTube video on the themes of the Souls games overall. The general overarching themes that are that permeate all the games and what they mean to me and several others that I've interviewed. So I'll be releasing that eventually. I cannot say a time because holy shit, as soon as editing comes in, it might beat my ass. So channel and first video soonish. TM.
Good. And also don't forget to check out his book, A Caliburn Chronicle.
Oh, thank you so much.
I am still hard at work on fixing Ruby. I am the script for fixing volume 7 is up to about episode 15, where I'm in the heat of that. So that's getting worked on. I'm going to try and do more after we stream. I have a My Hero review that's about 36 pages deep right now. It's getting there. It's a hefty boy. It's covering a lot, basically every single point you can think of, but I'm basically in the last few points. So that should be wrapping up pretty soon, and that's going to take a while to put together as well. We do Bad Fan Fiction Night every Friday night at 10 p.m. So join us for that. We're rounding down on Lily Orchard's Sith Resurgence, which is a fun time for how awful it is. And
Good.
Yeah, join us next week, I think, for more Jacked as we, I guess, cover episode 2. And hopefully we can get more people like Periodic Pete on here, and I'll see if I'll try to get Calaxon. I'll see if we can get her.
Hell yeah.
Maybe she can't because she couldn't make it this time, and I don't know if her schedule is going to allow her in the next few weeks, but we'll see. Knowing by how long this is going to take us, I might be able to get Smaller Soul on here eventually.
Get ready for these streams to be 6 hours long, guys.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I hope not. We have to start earlier then.
Don't. And as long as you never up, you'll never go hollow. Don't you dare go hollow is a line that I plan on saying very specifically for that video. So wait for that.
Also, I know Nothing has been very feeling guilty about being so against us and torturing us with his opinions on Arcane, but that's okay because after we're finishing the Arcane, we're probably going to be going right back to Unicorns of Balinor, where I can torture him all over again.
No. I just happened to have to go to a new job. I don't have the time for streams after that. Hey,
No.
Twi, why is the ritual circle glowing? Why does it look scary?
Because you're going to stay here, whether you like it or not.
Twi, stop channeling Rika. It doesn't suit you.
Kaiser, pick me up,
I'm not
please.
channeling Rika. I'm channeling Satan.
Fat man, I'll get to the highest tier of your Patreon if you just pick me up and leave.
I know. You were talking all that shit to me about the freaking malware and stuff earlier.
Oh, the burning bridges.
All right. Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you all had a good time, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.